Yeah, okay. Oh, God. It's okay, June. I'm the one that's grinding. All you gotta do is hang out. In fact, I'm grinding right now. If you can believe it. Uh. Got him. Got them honkers. Let's fucking go. I'll believe it when I see it. That's fair. Well, you got a couple minutes. So, you know, stretch, get ready. Get what you need. Ah, that slasher got me. Fuck. How are we doing here? I think I can jump to center. I think I'm the right side. Ooh, gotcha, Toko. Come on, just need the last couple bits for 1,000. Let's go. Yeah. All right. Easy peasy. Okay. That is the last match I got to do. I have to tell people that we're live. Give me a second. But we did win. In case you were wondering. Hello, Tix. Should be a chocolate. Yes, thank you. That's not how you switch. It was, but it's fine. I mean, it's okay. You just live with a foghorn. That's not weird. Cute anime girls can sound like foghorns. Yeah, of course. I thought you said you were funny. Okay. Oh wait, June, you can't hear Teeks right now, right? Actually, yeah, he can't hear Teeks at all. So here you go. You're Teeks, your reputation's
Your
fine.
reputation is saved.
It's okay. Teeks showed up on the call today
Discord.
sounding like a foghorn, but I can't prove it.
Yes. Hell yeah.
No, Teeks got lucky. That's all it was, dude.
Or I lost hearing in my upper range.
No, dude. It was much slower. I gotta let you know, dude. It was.
Am I that squeaky?
Teeks, you're kind of big squeaky sometimes. It's okay. It's fine.
A tiny, cute anime girl. I have to tell everybody about how they trained me how to sneeze in Japan.
Go ahead. Let's go, Teeks. Let's do it.
That's a true story. I'm gonna output projector, but I'm not gonna have my My VTuber isn't gonna be up for me, but it'll be up for you guys, so I can see shit today.
Right. Hold on. I'm gonna put the banner back up. I think. Where is our banner? It's one of these. Oh, there it is. It's right above the walkers. Also, I should probably find new guests for the walker dudes. Is that why you sounded like a foghorn? No, I don't. Teagues, is your Japanese training, your Japanese sneeze training, the reason that you sounded like a foghorn this morning?
No, the reason I sound like a foghorn this morning was because I have allergies. But the reason I learned how to sneeze so I don't sound like a foghorn anymore. It's very good. They taught me how to sneeze cutely. It was very specific. I sneezed like once in the like spring, because of allergies, and it was like a dad sneeze, you know, like a proper like big sneeze. And my teachers were just like, "Oh no, Tegan, no, you're too cute to sneeze like that."
Oh
What
God,
do you mean?
you're too cute
Like,
to sneeze like that. Oh no.
I'm like, what? And they're like, you have to sneeze like this. And then they demonstrated, and then they were like, next time sneeze like that. And I was like, okay. And so now I go.
Oh my God. Like how?
Like.
Yeah, there it is. All right, cool.
It's such a cute little sneeze.
Oh my gosh.
I simply cannot get over it. But that's how I have to sneeze now.
You don't have to sneeze. You can sneeze however you want, Teagues.
I can't stop. I cannot stop.
Oh my Lord.
I have to take pictures of my insurance cards for my therapist.
None of your business.
My fucking insurance company is bullshit. They sent me 2 cards at the beginning of the year, and they have different group numbers on them. It's been a whole fucking pain.
Oh my God. Oh, you know what's funny? I actually recently learned that my Texas insurance still works here, so I don't have to get new insurance.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I was worried about it for like a minute. Like they were like, well, cause like, you know, I had moved and it was like the new year, and like the guy that they have show up to the company, I want this to overlap a little bit. There we go. The guy that they have show up to the company was like, hey, I haven't talked to Rocky. He's like, oh yeah, he moved to like Ohio, and then like, he wanted to talk about like, what's the word? Annual enrollment, whatever it's called. And I was just like, hey man, I don't even know if my insurance works out here, and he didn't know either. And then like, you know, they went into it and they found out, and they're like, oh, it's actually fine. But also, I learned that HSA contributions, like the upper cap was like decreased significantly since I've like worked in like healthcare, and I blame rich people. Like,
yeah, please do, because it's fucking bullshit.
June, did you know that if you had a health savings account in like 2016, you could put away like up to $5,000 of like pre-tax income that just goes into the HSA, and technically it's just a savings account and it goes in pre-tax, which means every like dollar you earned doesn't turn out to be 66 cents at the end of it. It's just $1 that goes into the thing, and you can put $5K away with it every year until you turn 55, where then you can put in $6K, right? So you just have extra money like in a savings account on the off chance that you get like injured or something. And to be honest, unless they actually audit you, you could use that money for anything. This is not you know, like an endorsement of tax fraud. I'm just letting you know that's one of the things that could have happened. But apparently, since then, we've now like been dropped down from 5.5K to 6.5K to like 2.8K and 3.8K. And it's just like, dog, come on, man. They're just putting the money away, unless they're not. Unless rich people are using it for nefarious purposes, which they obviously are, and I'm upset about it. Yeah. I still like my locker. I can't remember. Wait, I think I bought a book. Actually, let me check. Do I have a new book?
I've been fighting with an insurance company all year, since last November.
Since last November.
Trying to figure out which fucking card is right.
Oh God.
And getting Alex on my insurance. It's been bullshit. And they finally got him on my stuff, but then immediately sent me new cards that have a different group number from last year's.
Oh God.
And they did not. They're like, oh, they should have the same group number. And I'm like, they don't. And they're like, sounds fake. Okay.
Jesus Christ.
And I'm just like, so which card do I use? And they were like, we'll call you back. And I was like, okay. And that was on Tuesday, and they haven't called me back yet. So my therapist was like, I will call them and I will handle this because you don't need any more stress. And I was like, oh no. Okay.
That's fun. I like those people. Wait, did I already use? I did use.
Oh, I got a great new title.
I'm listening.
My new title is Deranged Camper.
Oh, sick. Actually.
That's so good.
Damn it. I don't think I have a book. I don't have another book small enough to fit in this slot, so I gotta use this sports comic twice. That's okay.
Oh, that's lame.
Yeah.
Simply don't.
No, I don't have insurance because I don't want to deal with insurance bullshit. I hear you. Totally. And, like, I wish none of us needed insurance, June, but June, if something happened to you, I want to know that you're taken care of. So, you know, look into it. That's all I'm saying. Teeks, what do you want to do? You want to start with Turf War today?
Yeah, let's start with Turf War. I'm gonna keep Booyah bombing, I think, for now.
Okay. Go.
I like my locker still. It's pink and cute. I wish there was a... Give me... Splatoon, listen. Listen to me. Listen to me. Hear me out. Sky blue locker.
Oh, that sounds great.
Sky blue locker. Can I... Sky blue locker?
I was obsessed with
Perhaps?
Sky Blue as a kid, actually. Like, it was,
I am obsessed with Sky blue.
like Teague's like, okay, so there was a couple years of my life, mostly through high school, and part of it was because, you know, I had to wear, like, you know, sanctioned uniforms as, like, a kid the whole time. But, like, I think from, like, sophomore year to, like, actually, I think sophomore year of high school to sophomore year of college, like, I wore nothing but, like, sky blue, gray, God, there's, like, a certain brown, and, like, I can't remember what else. There was, like, another color, but, like, those were, like, the colors I wore for, like, 4 years. Like, everywhere.
Wow.
Yeah, it was a whole thing. It's just, like, I wouldn't buy clothes if they didn't have those colors, if they didn't fit in with, like, the aesthetic or whatever.
I bet your entire wardrobe, though, looked good.
It was
you
good.
Wear anything with anything?
Yeah. Like, if otherwise, like, you know, I think I would have gotten fried. I would have gotten, like, destroyed. But everything from, like, you know, from hat to shoes was, like, in that palette, and it was cool.
I forgot to Booyah. I feel terrible. We started with Hatsune Miku Tail, and I forgot to Booyah.
Well, you got excited.
What kind of monster am I?
Teagues, let it go.
It's okay. I had therapy today. I'm allowed to do a little bit of negative self-talk as a treat.
Noted. Is that diagnosed? Is that something, or is that prescribed rather?
Yeah, it's prescribed to keep my ego in check.
Okay.
Not really.
Yeah,
But, you know.
I know. Oh right, Zipcaster. Let's do it.
Oh, is that what you're working on today?
Yep.
Nice.
Oh no, I messed up my approach. Right on the sniper. Sniper got to sit there.
I want to work on sniper, but this is not a good map for it. So.
No worries. You can do it in the next block, basically. I'm much more comfortable with these, like, slashes now. Holy shit. I was, like, holding them too long and, like, freaking out. Like, am I gonna do it right? And it's just like, nah, just do it. Get it, Tony? That dumbass.
Someone tried to booyah where I was booyah bombing, and I outlived their booyah bomb.
Incredible. There it is. That's where I wanted.
Nice. Good job. I'm out of ink.
Word.
Oh.
They got on the stairs. That's annoying. They're pushing through on the right?
They're pushing on left.
How many are left?
They're pushing. They're snipers.
Oh, I'm getting that sniper. Fuck that.
That's why.
Dead. See? That's not
Nice.
the sniper, though.
No, it's not.
It's okay. You can't go anywhere. Ah, man. I'm, like, standing right in front of him, shooting too high. It's okay. But I chased out the sniper. We got center again.
Good. Good. Great job. I'm cleaning up the back.
Word. Watch
We're
above.
doing great. We're doing good. Oh.
Good stuff. Pushing. Oh, fuck.
Ah.
There we go.
Oh, that was my first death.
Oh, good shit, Teeks.
Shit.
They
Yeah,
were
that was
weird.
my first death.
I mean, you know, maybe not the best timing, but if it's only your first death, that's fine.
Yeah. I got the sniper,
Word.
but... Oh, we got this. We're fine.
Yep. GG's.
We're fine. Right?
Oh, I didn't actually see the score.
We won by like 0.1%.
0.1?
Maybe 1.1.
Tegan, that was really close.
Mm-hmm. It was.
Oh my god. The Splatoon art covers the timer. I'm so used to the music. I need the timing for the end. Oh yeah. Ooh, shit. Fuck me. That's what I get for having my phone volume on.
Oh yeah, 1% exactly. It was fine. We were simply better than them, so.
Yeah, it worked out.
What are you listening to on your phone?
No, I opened the stream on my phone and like I hurt myself like
Oh.
in like
Okay.
4K or whatever, and I'm like, nah,
Right.
let's not do this actually.
My meal delivery box is outside.
Okay.
Conveniently enough, there's also snow outside, so it's fine. I'll get it after this game.
Word.
I like this orange.
Look at orange. I'm so bad. Holy shit. I can't believe I walked into that
No,
splat
you're
bomb.
not. You're not bad.
June likes purple. I feel that June likes purple. I can hear that.
Oh, that
Yeah.
rush fucked me up. Damn.
That's the second time I died to a splat bomb. I have to be more careful about where I'm stepping.
They roll too. That's the thing about them. If they didn't roll, it wouldn't be so bad.
Yeah, I hear that.
Rocky, stop buying the splat bombs, says Jen. Great advice.
Thanks, June. Appreciate it. Appreciate you.
I was doing that the other day myself. No, not Jun. Jun's immortal.
Huh? Got one. There's your booyahs.
Trying to get me with the killer whale, and you can't. You simply cannot.
I got him to waste his own booyah bomb. That's so good. Come on, June. Tell me that wasn't sick. Tell me that wasn't sick. I'm gonna tell you what happened in a second, Teeks. Like, so like I like zipcastered into their base, like right under their booyah bomb user. And
Yeah.
I was inking all around them, so what they did is that they booyah bombed under them, trying to kill me. But like I zipped away right as the booyah bomb went off. So like,
amazing.
so they ended up booyah bombing their own base, and then like
For
running away.
nothing,
For
right?
yeah. Oh. I need.
They're pushing hard up the right side.
Ah shit, really? I'm return.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna push through left. Try to draw their attention. Ah, okay, the brush came after me. Splat bomb? No way. At least he's dead.
It's always the splat bomb. They want me so bad. They keep firing their ink strikes at me, or their killer whales at me. I've never felt so loved.
That's amazing, Tix.
Okay, not so bad. Not so bad. I don't know how we did.
No, we won.
Nice.
Yeah, get wrecked.
Good job. Warm up who?
Oh man, that's so funny. I gotta remember to go clip that booyah bomb thing because that was sick. That was actually really cool.
Use your little thing and put a marker in it.
Oh wait, what?
I added the marker tool.
How do I do that?
On the in the actual like Twitch window.
Okay.
If you have the Twitch stream up, there's like a little, like a movie clip thing, a movie like clacker. If you click that, it'll put a marker on the stream for you, and you can just jump back to it.
Okay. Then let me do it through the Twitch window because I don't have that open right now.
Oh.
Yeah, like
I feel bad.
I watched the Twitch stream through like the OBS.
I also watched the Twitch stream through OBS.
Okay.
But I have the Twitch window up also. Specifically in case no one's around when I do something cool. No one's ever around when I do something cool. It's okay.
Oh my god, dudes. It's okay. I'll get it later. I'll just do it when I do the rewatch. At least it's, you know, it's a good clip to use.
Yeah, that's right. You do rewatch. I don't. I'm just like, yeah, that thing happened. I should rewatch. I should get some clips.
Bye, pumpkin.
Me and this brush that kept killing me last time, we're about to be best friends.
That's amazing. Love that for you.
I love catching my booyah bomb on the lip, because then the snipers that hide up there think I have missed, but in reality, I get them.
That's amazing. Killed pumpkin, but I traded for it. I shouldn't have been down there. That's okay.
Oh, a big pumpkin fucking decked me.
Don't let pumpkin
Punished me for appearing.
Teeks, you can't let pumpkin like disrespect you like that.
It just big swigged me. I don't know what I was supposed to do. I didn't realize they were the one who was jumping in.
That's fair.
They like big swigged their landing.
That's kind of gnarly, actually. See, like, bye, pumpkin.
Yeah, it was great, honestly. Good job, but also fucking yikes, my guy.
Oh, beautiful. We're just pushing in here. Let's go. Ah, fuck. Yeah, okay. They sent me back. I'm gonna back up a bit, because I feel like this is where they start pushing back.
Okay. Our, sniper's still going at it.
Bye, pumpkin. See?
I just keep throwing sprinklers.
Word.
Whoop, whoop. I will be annoying. Thank you.
Let's go. I got your back, Teeks.
Yeah. I chase him. Nice.
Bye,
Are they like secretly on the other side or something?
No, we've been boxing them in this whole time.
Oh. Oop. Oop. Wah. I got.
We win.
Nice. Nice.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, we have to discuss what team we're gonna be on.
Yeah, I think I have to do dark chocolate. I think that's the way it has to go.
I will also do dark chocolate then. I have opinions on chocolate, but not about the type of chocolate.
I'm listening.
Chocolate is a lazy dessert.
Fair enough.
I appreciate that there was no pushback on that. Alex was like, "What do you mean?"
Yeah, like I think chocolate is easy. I don't think like I think the work about chocolate has been done already. And like, I don't think...
Most people like chocolate.
True.
So it's safe. Most people, like, artisans of chocolate, people who like that guy on TikTok who like makes art sculptures out of chocolate.
Yeah, that guy's
like
sick.
He's doing something else entirely.
Right, he's sculpting. He's not necessarily working with chocolate.
The majority of like chocolate desserts are good.
Mm-hmm.
And you don't have to worry about like the rest of it. But like other desserts, they could be good, they could be terrible.
Yeah.
So finding a good like of that, I think is more difficult and like a better test of skill than having a good chocolate dessert.
I hear that. Actually, go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say, I know this is because it's a Valentine's Day event, so.
Oh, yeah. Actually, chocolate cake was the de facto not thinking dessert that I was like putting together for this like menu that I was trying to do. Inspired by, I think, like sophomore year, college times. Oh, hold on, let me get this sniper. Bamboozler, where are you going? The mini Splatling got me. Because like, I don't know if I ever told you this story, but like, the real reason I ever got into culinary was because I was like, at like, I was in like, you know, this hangout spot basically that we had at like NYU, and some girl came in after Valentine's Day talking to like the like faculty dude there, and he asked about her Valentine's Day, and she was like, oh yeah, like he made like a chicken dinner, and it was nice, it was cool. And I was like thinking to myself, like in the background of this conversation, like, what would I do? Like, what is my like go-to like meal? And I had no idea what it was. So I started doing like market research. Like I was this weird kid who was like, oh Jesus, that was like sampling like dinner ideas from like girls on campus. And then like I went to like work on like menus, and I was like sitting in my room, like basically over my stove, deciding what I was gonna make.
Rocky, you've been called a nerd officially.
I am a nerd. I'm not ashamed of it.
Like, specifically being a food nerd, though, is something else entirely, I feel like.
Yeah, that's true. Get out of here, Reese. This is not your game.
It kind of reminds me of this guy I knew in college in my dorm.
Okay.
Who, like, insisted on... He was the only guy who used the floor kitchen, you know?
Okay, for sure, for sure.
Because it was bad.
Oh,
like, it was a nightmare kitchen. You know, no one ever cleaned it, the whole, like, 9 yards.
Yeah.
And, like, he spent literally probably 6 or 8 months just, like, baking in this shitty oven, figuring out exactly how to bake, like, the perfect desserts in it.
Okay.
And at one point he was like, I'm gonna figure out how to do a creme brulee in this goddamn oven.
Let's fucking go! I love that shit.
You are.
He's gonna figure it out!
It took him another, like, 3 months, but he did it. It was delicious.
Hell yeah. Love
and
that
I did get to eat a lot of free creme brulee, so, like, I can't be that
mad. Also, thank you, June. I've been working on it. Oh, fuck. Let me see if I go this way. Can you kill me? You can't kill me. And we've inked your base.
Yeah, we inked all over the place.
But I feel like I am a journeyman Splatana user now. Like, I'm no longer a novice, but like, I'm not good yet, you know?
I'm still a novice, but that's okay.
How do people get the motivation to say, I'm gonna make a creme brulee? You know what? I don't think it starts there. I think it's like a thing that's like planted in like a long time. Like for personally, I after growing up on a steady diet of like rom-coms and stuff, I had a deep need to like thoroughly impress a girl. And so like, that's why I started doing like the cooking thing that I was working on. And it took a while. I got to a place that I was happy with, but it, like, Jesus Christ.
I will never understand the need to impress a girl.
Why? What do you mean? Impressing girls is sick.
Girls are so easy to impress.
I mean, yes, it's true.
The bar is in the floor. You know? Who DC'd? And why was it probably me?
Tiggs, I don't know. I
don't
know
know
what to tell you.
Illegal.
I'll make the next one. Actually.
Oh, I can make it. I can eat a snack.
Oh wait, weren't you gonna go get a thing?
Was I gonna go get a thing?
You said.
Oh, my nameless box. Yeah, you're right. I gotta go do that.
Okay.
I will go do that.
Then I'm gonna play one anarchy match. Oh fuck! Wait, I'm playing with the sword. Wait, no, let me out. Okay, there we go. I'm switching. I'm not gonna play with the sword. Oh. Changing to this fit. There we go. One anarchy game. Play with the blade? Dude, I'm so scared to play with the blade in anarchy. Like, I just want my points. And like, once I'm getting like triple golds in like, what's it called? In turf war with sword, then like I'll do that. Because I even if we lose, like, which I'm not super worried about at the moment, like, we need to be able to get the sword. I mean, I need not to get the sword. Fuck. We need to be able to get like the medals. So that, like, I at least don't, like, lose out on that. Like, my first game I played, which was, like, on a Thursday or something, I, like, got 3 gold medals, but, like, we lost so hard. And it was just like, no, I'm not doing this series right now. So I just, like, left it there. Hey, Hordian. How you doing? Petunia and Molly? Alright. Damn, I gotta fight Wikipedia? Come on. Rainmaker. Okay. Fight your way better. Come on. Back up. Okay, so this bloblobber is just gonna sit here. This is annoying. Okay. I should have jumped. Nope, never mind. Jumping was the wrong move there.
Okay, I'm here.
Welcome back, TX.
How's your accidental Splatoon time?
I swapped out of it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, like in time. I was like, oh no! But, I got it.
You were like, no! Everything is awful!
But like, at least I got away with it. They're gonna... Yep. Gotta get that bloblobber dead first before we try moving. Ah, the 10 attack snuck around me? Come on. It's closely contested, but it's very contested at the center. So, like, everyone's, like, really awake.
What is it? What are we doing?
Rainmaker.
Ah, Rainmaker? Ooh, I could do Rainmaker.
Oh, fuck. Ah, damn, right as I got all... No, get the rain... They get first checkpoint. God damn it.
Rocky getting rainmaked. Oh, God. No, Rocky, you have to do the opposite of get rainmaked. God, Monochrome Recollection is just a good name.
Monochrome Recollection? Yeah, hell yeah. Okay, might be me lagging. Fuck me.
Uh-oh.
Got it. Why is there a roller right here? Because I'm the only one alive. That's why.
Oh. Yeah, that'd do it.
Hey,
Hordian! Welcome in.
They die.
Rocky's raining a make.
I am
making a rain? You're doing something.
It's true.
Rocky's doing some business.
Got the roller. Okay, let's try this, huh? Dare you to get past it. Got to. Please get the blob blobber. Please get the blob blobber. Why are you all three of you just back here?
Okay. Oh, I needed to.
This way. Nope, I was too close to the explosion. Yep, that sounds right. Just need one good push.
Great to see you in here. Great to see you too.
What?
Alright, I'm ready. I am ready to make a rain.
Word. I gotta protect our Rainmaker, but they just push forward blindly in the middle of the cloud. Like, why? What's the move there?
This is why I don't pick up the Rainmaker. Just don't do it. Let someone else handle it.
I'm good with the Rainmaker. Sorry about your back, bud.
Alright, what's on the shop today?
Yeah, all they have to do is waste our time, and we lose.
I put on the aerospray, so I have the regular aerospray, so I have a Kira slide.
Word.
And Kira slide's good for cutting a path for the Rainmaker.
Actually, I think we would have to do open together. I don't think we can do a series.
Yeah, that's true.
It's 36 degrees Celsius right now. That's pretty wild. I can't remember the exact translation, but I think it's like it's close to 100.
Yeah, it's hot.
It's 97.
That's temperature up.
97 freedom. Yeah, right.
Jesus Christ.
See, look, #1 turf anchor, #1 popular target, #1 Rainmaker carrier, but you know we still lose.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh well. I'm gonna pause the series because I'm not sticking with this team. The Blob Blobber had 21 kills and 3 deaths. Blob Blobber got to kick it. They were having a great time. Anyways, let me go back to regular battle with friends. Creating a room. Alright, so let me see. What do I do here? How do I simplify this? Or closing things.
You were up against Wikipedia. That's a hard battle.
Yeah, I was saying, like, I said it when we started. I was like, I gotta fight Wikipedia? Come on.
It's okay. Wikipedia fully runs on donations. Now, if you were up against AO3, I'd say you were fucked, but, like, damn.
Oh, God. Teagues, you want to change our name to AO3 in Wikipedia?
I'm good enough to be AO3.
It's okay. One of these days you will. I believe in you.
One of these days, people see. I'll change my name to AO3 is down.
Oh, no.
And they'll just be like, oh, no.
Oh, no. It's a goofy gal. Oh,
Alright,
God.
though, we got a janitor. They're ready to clean up.
Let's go. It looks like we're the ranged options, Teagues, so, you know, care.
Yeah.
And they got a reflex. So, like, try not to bunch together.
Mm-hmm.
Crab.
I love me a good crab.
Not our crab.
I got. Crab went behind you.
Noted. Got him, but traded. Everyone's in base, right? That's cool. Sure, let's go.
Yeah, why not?
Age of Empires? Yeah, I hear that. Oh, here comes the missiles. Oop. Can't get me.
I was hoping to catch someone by the soda machine, but no. Ah! I got my dapples.
A little too close.
Stupid dualies. Simply stop.
I have like nothing right now.
Our roller's just fucking vibing up in base.
Yep. Oh fuck. What? Oh, did he shoot at the corner? That makes more sense.
Yeah.
I thought it was on the lower level, and I died. You were just telling me about that, too. I was like, oh, no.
It was. Ah! Escape their sniper!
Good shit, Teeks. Always believed. I'm gonna box this guy in with you? Wow.
Yeah. Heck. Sorry. This guy's coming up.
The sniper. God damn it.
I was chasing him.
Mm-hmm.
But.
Well, our base is impeccably covered, but also, you know, we need to play in the center of the map.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh.
I'm gonna waste his time. I did not waste enough time, but I tried.
Kill the guy with the crab. Green kill. No, we need to go out here. This is where the game is. Okay, if they can't ink there, then I'm going this way. Killed Goofy Gal. Finally found her.
Nice.
I think we win, actually.
Oh, I would have got the sniper! Heck.
At least I
Would've
live on
got
the
him right at
7th
the
floor,
end.
away from the asphalt. You got the sniper? Hell yeah.
I would have got the sniper.
Oh, rip.
If we weren't in after time.
Mm-hmm. Oh well, GG's.
I #1 home base sinker.
That's amazing. Like, they spent the whole game in base and you were #1 home base anchor?
Yep.
Insane.
Yeah, sure was. Wow. Good for me. I was also the #1 enemy base anchor. Ooh.
Let's go.
Because every time I die, I come back stronger.
Yeah, cheese blue. I was barely there.
Cheeseburger doesn't quite get it. Thank you, John. I did a good job. Maybe they're new.
It could be new. We'll leave them alone. Wish them well.
I think if
no
I
Splatoon
learned,
3.
yeah, I think if I learned a roller, it would be the big swig. It looks fun.
Mm. I like the flick roller. I think they're neat.
The flingses.
Mm-hmm. And like Carbon's good at it too.
Carbon's so slow though.
Yeah, you don't get to move a lot. You got to jump more than you got to roll. Then you can roll.
I heart hot dads.
Hey yo, good for them.
I heart hot dads. Oh my god, I'm gonna kill him.
Jesus, they're hyper close range, like their whole squad. Okay.
Yeah.
Nope. Get out of here!
Nice.
I Heart Hot Dads is down.
That's because I heart hot dads.
What are you mad at Hot Dads for? Let them be hot.
Someone told me my dad was a hot dad, and I don't like that.
Yeah, that's not fun. I get that. I heard Hot Dad's revenge killed me. But they're dead. Good shit.
Yeah. We got 3 of them.
Love that.
Ah.
We got the wipeout.
Got.
Your sacrifice will not be forgotten, Teeks.
Yeah, it's okay. I'm an ink base. We got time, so.
I heard Hot Dads is a little too aggressive. Oh, that blaster! That was a good
I'm glad
blaster.
they heart hot dads, but don't heart my hot dad.
Don't heart my hot dad. Ah.
That's a great dad.
I mean, that's cool. Yeah, you're not gonna survive this. Oh my god, they did. I got too close.
I got him. Ah! The fucking Luna Blasters, man.
Mm-hmm.
He survived. What do you mean he survived? No! I rolled over him. Oh my god, he did survive! What the fuck?
Wait, what? Oh,
Ah,
the blaster
damn it.
came around. Lunar Blaster Neo has hammer. Yeah, I was like, who survived? Like the caster? But like we just killed him and it wasn't that. It was the blast.
Blaster is doing work. He is.
Yeah.
Also, this brush. I thought I rolled over that brush. Apparently not.
You can't chase back.
Ow.
So.
Oh god, we are getting fucked. Ooh. Oh. I see you, Rocky.
Damn it.
Ow, fuck. Damn it! We were doing so good! Nice base swap. No, not nice base swap. No more base swap.
I'm stuck. Okay. Can I get the center? God, that was really clean. StarCraft 2 players will be proud.
Oh my god.
Well, we'll see how it played out. Well, it is a mess.
It is a mess, but we lost.
Yeah, we lost. We lost too much of center.
Yeah. Damn it.
Oh, man. No,
Oh my god.
Bryn was pretty wild, actually. That Lunar Blaster Pro.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they are a pro.
Alright, sub. Oh. Well, okay, fine.
I lost out on most stuff to fucking hot dads.
That's rough.
God damn it.
I'm kind of upset because our I didn't even know what our fourth was, to be honest, but like the fact that they were like a charger and like they're all hyper close range targets, they should have been blowing them up. But
Yeah, they should have been.
I know that sniper is hard, so I'm not going to begrudge them for it. I'm going to leave it alone.
Maybe they're learning.
Yeah.
It's okay.
I woke up and thought I had to cook, then I was sad, then I realized I had leftover burger, then I got happy. Hell yeah.
Nice.
Get him, Teagues. Good
Got him.
shit, Teagues.
Ah!
Watch out.
Good job. Ah, I got caught. I got caught.
Yeah, it happens.
Chloe was swimming through the blast and shooting me though, so it wasn't entirely the blast. Oh!
They had a DC.
Aw, heck.
The person got hit by that Akira sled and they quit. They said, fuck this. They turned off their game.
They said they saw the two of us coming right after each other and went, fuck that, actually. We're just like, we like motorcycles and anime.
GG indeed. Yeah,
Powerful.
the brush said fuck it. Look at that.
That's so funny. Peloton. Are we gonna win?
Yeah, let's do it.
Alright.
Guys,
Anyone fuck that shit, I'm out. I can't believe there's somebody who's named Diabetes and they're gonna be participating in the sweet Splatfest.
I mean, there's gonna be a lot more than one person named Diabetes Teaks.
I will defeat all of them.
Let's go.
I'm simply immune to diabetes.
Must be nice.
Yeah. I mean, you know my diet.
I do know your diet. It's
I
truly
should
terrifying.
have diabetes, and I sure don't.
Oh my gosh. We shouldn't have died there. I'm bad. It's okay. We're a little too awesome for them. Yeah, I suppose. I hope they up their diet. I hope they figure it out.
Heck. I got God.
That...
I used Akira slide as an inking.
I jumped off the side and died.
Why did you do that?
I forgot that there wasn't a thing underneath there.
Would you consider not doing that in the future?
I'll work on it.
I got God. I didn't swim quite under enough. Heck. I just took a crab tank to the face.
I died to an Autobomb, not the crab, but it was close enough to the Autobomb that it might as well have been. There you go.
Oh, jeez. I keep just, being out in the open.
Yeah,
Not where I thrived. I need to go away from where everyone else is. Get him out of my way.
Yeah, I hear that. I'm gonna focus on center for the next minute, I think.
Ah, we passed each other. Like ships in the night.
Jesus. This Splatoon-matic has been
Ooh,
getting me.
Jesus Christ. Woo! Hello! God, stop! Yo! Get out of here.
Got diabetes, but I died for it.
Good. No!
I'm a
got by
professional.
Moser.
Oh shit.
They're kicking our ass.
Oh yeah.
Not even a little bit. Not even a little bit. Ooh, that was bad.
Oh god, yeah.
That was terrible. Yikes.
21? Yeah, for sure. I did not respect that Splash-o-matic. I should have. Or Sploosh-o-matic.
I don't like that.
Yeah, okay, we'll run it back.
Do it again. Oh. Battle time. Time to do a fight.
We should all have mirrors on top of buildings to say no to the sun.
No.
It's really expensive.
Incorrect.
But like,
We should simply use greener energy sources.
solar panels could be nice.
Yeah.
The tech's not ready yet, though.
Solar's super ready.
No, it's not.
In Japan it is.
In Japan?
Yeah.
And why don't they use it for everything?
A lot of apartment buildings have solar on top of their buildings now.
Okay.
Jesus Christ, where's that sniper?
I found them.
Ah! They found me.
Now they're
Jesus.
dead.
Oh, nice. Good job. Damn, they really got me. They got me like, whoa.
Oh, wait, missiles? Yeah, that's fair. Solar's big in Brazil. They're
Missiles.
installing it everywhere. That's cool.
It makes sense. You get a lot of sun. We don't get a lot of sun up here. Well, I mean, with the climate change, we might start getting more sun. Who knows?
I mean, El Paso has been getting sun for centuries. We still don't have solar.
Well, yeah, that's because you're in Texas, though.
True enough.
No offense. Texas hates solar.
They really do. Inker, you're not that good, bro.
Damn it. How do...
Oh, that was a good one, actually. This sniper's
How
pretty
did
sick.
Suka got me?
I'm not jumping. You have a shield down over there. Oh, they DC'd.
Who DC'd?
The other roller. Not Inker, but the other one. At least I think
did they?
I think they DC'd, but they just like suddenly stopped walking.
It could be that their controller battery died, because they're still here.
Oh, true. Woo! That was sick. I threw the bomb into like their shield as it was like coming up. So it like came up
Hell
around the
yeah.
bomb and they died in it.
Amazing. Great job.
What? That count as a crush? Alright, that's fine.
We're killing it.
Hmm.
Not even a little bit.
Watching the right.
Okay. Inking some of our backline that we missed initially.
The sniper didn't want this. Oh shit. Guys. Elite or 4K has like some fucking range. My god. Bye Anchor. Bye Sniper. GG's.
Nice.
Yeah, I get smoked.
Yeah. Nice. Nice, 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 nice. I got that post. They look so cute. One day I want to win 100 times battle, because when you win 100 times battle, your group strikes a special group pose.
That could be cool.
Yeah! It's so cool! I want to do it!
100 times battle. That's right. Alright.
Maybe someday.
By the way. I'm still concerned about that stapler. Dude, it's fine. Stapler's fine. Craig is fine. Don't worry about it.
What?
The thing from the podcast. I was really concerned about Craig stealing a stapler.
Oh, yeah.
Fine.
I forget about what happens in the podcast.
I know. I usually remember because I have to listen to it at least twice.
Yeah!
Oh, why is that roller there?
Why was that roller there? Why did you just roll into that roller?
No, he chopped me, but like, he was like around the corner on our side of the map, and I was like, yo, what? I'm more concerned about you saying we were all there when it happened. I mean, we were all there when it happened, but again, dude, it's fine. Don't worry about it. It's totally chill. Okay, this.
Sometimes you just gotta prank your boss by stealing a stapler, putting it in some yellow or something.
Got him, Teague. Sorry.
Good.
That's me not finishing my food before. Oh my god. Okay, they're all hyper close range. I killed the roller that like jumped in, but like I got killed by the slasher.
That's alright, we'll get him. Oh. Whoa. Ow. Slasher!
Yeah, you can't. You gotta give them space. Like you have to make them fight to get close.
Yeah, well, they came up to me, so.
Mhm. 2 down.
I got your feet.
Thank you. Appreciate you.
I'm gonna zip on over there. Don't mind me. Ah! No, I'm not, apparently! Jesus, fuck! Uncle got me.
Oof. Damn. Okay, this slosher knows what they're doing. Video games make us say silly things like, yeah, I get that. Oh, man. This slosher is so aggressive.
It is.
Okay, they got that. Yeah. Pushing out right.
Alright.
Coming back and loaning.
Whoop, ow. I got by the... Yeah, you got him. Nice.
Got two. Time's up. Please, thank you. Come on, give me the 1,000. Ah! 1K, hell yeah.
No, he's behind you.
Yeah, I see it. I didn't get to shoot him in time, though.
I tried. I saw him jump over the people who were on the other side of the map, and I was like, no!
Alright, 12-point win. Let's go.
That's okay. Could be better.
Could be better. Alright, I'm gonna switch back to the blade for...
Okay.
Thanks for the head pat, Hordion.
I'm catalog level 50!
Let's go, Tees.
Oh yeah. I'm gonna get... after the map changes, depending on what they change to, I might change to the sniper for a little bit.
Word. Gotta get my fan because I'm melting. Yeah, hear that.
Do not relate. It is cold here.
Tees is ecstatic that it's cold.
I'm so happy. You don't understand. I've slept so well.
Oh, nice.
The last, like, 5 nights. It's been so good. I got my electric blanket on. I got, like, cats on my footers. It's so good. Ideal. I hate summer.
Oh god, Tees, we're the hyper close range team now. Be ready.
No. I'm not ready.
It's me and my blade brothers. And
Oh god, it is! I'm the only one with a real gun!
Yeah, you brought the gun to the sword
fuck?
fight.
I did. Fuck me. God damn it.
Oh my god. I got... Wait, June? June, did you just kill me? It's a different June, right?
Is it a June Monday?
No, it's not June Monday, it's just June.
Jesus Christ.
It's just June.
Is it June? June, if you're here, you have to tell us or it's entrapment.
Oh, Explosher's just sitting up there? That's serious, okay.
Yeah, Slosher's just chilling. Simply vibing.
That's fine, that's a long range
We
Slosher.
gotta get around to chase him down.
I can do that. I just need another ult, though. This sniper thinks he can sit up here? What's wrong with you, bud?
Ah! He can, though, because he keeps getting me!
Nah, I chased him out, but, like, he definitely caught you. Oh my god, okay. This sniper's kind of nuts, fine. Ugh! No, June doesn't use dapples. It's not this. That's not our June. It's a different June. It's an
He
imposter.
could be learning.
Could be learning, but he's smoking me.
Oh, yeah, unlikely then.
I don't know if you just saw that, but...
I did not see that. I don't know if you just saw that, but I just got their sniper right out of spawn.
Hell yeah. Well, June's in our base.
Oh, well, I was in their base, so it's fine.
Okay.
Ow. I got. Oh, this is a cool looking map. Not gonna lie. Did Jun get you?
Yeah, he just lives here.
Where is he?
Right in front of you.
There he is. Jun doesn't live there anymore.
Oh god. He killed me 4 times in our base. I think the damage is done.
Oh no, yeah. I think we lost. Yeah, we lost there at the end. Damn it! I fucked around too much.
Yeah.
If Jun was surprisingly that good at dualies already, though, yeah, that looks like Jun actually. Jun, what the fuck?
Occasional
Jun?
superstar? That was actually Jin?
Hello? No, it wasn't.
Okay.
Jun's inkling is paler than that, I think. But it's the same haircut and stuff, so. Jun, is that your Smurf account? 1354, get fucked! Jesus. That entire team on my back!
That's true.
Nah, it's fine. You're studying the blade. You gotta study, it's important.
My number was so low because I died 4 times at the end of that. That was miserable.
Yeah, but you're also never gonna get better if you don't do it.
Yeah, it's true. I'm not cool.
Like me and Sniper, I never do it.
Okay, this is gonna be... But it's fine.
Alright.
I know what to do.
You got at least one bond to booyah.
Blobber was just... Okay, you know, it's fine. I deserve that.
Ah! Oh my god. Aerospray got my ass. Holy shit. I gotta get back into like the big like swim and move. Keep not doing it because I haven't been getting swim speed up.
Gotcha.
My base now. Ow. I got.
Word. Damn it. They're pushing in on the right side.
Yeah, I see him. They're doing it real well, too.
Damn it, Nautilus.
I know, the Nautiluses are wild. They're either crazy good or crazy bad. There is no in between.
I mean, that buff that they got was actually really useful, but it's just like, Jesus. Got a contest center.
Yeah. I'm working on it. Nope.
No.
Not at all. Not even a little bit. What the fuck? Bruh. They're all cute though. I can't be mad at them.
Yeah, I definitely gave up on all of that now too, so.
I reached level 50 catalog.
You wanna go check your stuff?
Nah, it's okay. I don't think there's anything. I don't remember what you get at level 50, but I don't think it's like anything wild.
Alright.
Let's find out. I will look in the catalog on the app because I can do that.
We have Phantom Fox.
Nice.
Mr. Patty Waddy.
We could do this.
I believe.
We were doing fine. We just lost one and then like got decentered. We got a sniper now, so as long as we can keep the heat off the snipers, we're good.
Well, I got some attention over here.
Oh, I got lots of attention too.
Traded with 90.
Enough.
That was
Nice.
really wild. That was like a jump slash off the Zipcaster. One in the center.
Ah! Oh my god, that flings
Get it pretty gnarly. Oh, geez. Okay, they triangulated on me.
Yeah.
Alright, cool. I guess.
Got him.
Covering. Got you an escape route.
Who escapes?
Everyone? Are you not escaping?
No.
Tegan!
Why would I escape? I'm fighting.
Oh, God.
I'm all aggro.
No, you're not.
I'm accidentally all aggro. I don't know how to play defensively.
Jesus. I'm dying too much. Alright, so...
You gotta slow your tempo.
Fair enough. I'm gonna go down to a 0 instead of a minus tempo, you know?
I got him.
Oh,
No
yeah.
Trizuka for you. Ah, I got him. I got him, but I traded, so.
I hear that.
Flings up. Got him. Got Ken. Oh, hello. Oh, everyone is here.
Yep.
Oh, geez. Everyone is there.
I'm jumping to
going
Caddy, going into their base.
Yeah. I'm staying down here on our base.
Oh, Jesus. Nope, they're back there, actually.
Heck.
No.
Nope. Not good. Mm-mm.
Close.
Close. Not quite, though.
Yeah. I shouldn't have jumped at the end. Hey, Bricken. How you doing?
At 50, you get a mystery box, so it's not anything exciting.
Fair enough.
Next emote's at 60. I'm changing my gear.
Word.
I got grumpy. I'm gonna put new shoes on.
Do it. Get up.
I'm gonna look cozy and cozy. I don't have a good jacket yet, so. Alright, this is all new gear. All, except for the headphones, all new gear.
That's killed. 2 slash. Just dress like a clown.
No, there's no option.
There's no clown option?
No.
I want dress.
Nothing with a good ruff. Oh my god, speaking of clowns, did you see the fucking Armani Hot Couture show?
No.
Oh god, it's so good.
God. Rickon says there's a clown shirt.
There's a clown shirt?
What he said.
What shirt is a clown shirt?
Anyways, the show.
Yeah, it's so good. It's very much like a little bit like circus inspired, if that makes sense. There's a lot of those like clown ruffs and that kind of thing.
Okay.
But the rest of the show is just like absolutely gorgeous women's workwear.
Okay.
I'm so excited for this shit to filter down. You have no idea.
I hear ya. Oh, Catty Waddy's dead. Let's go.
It was all like shoulder pads are gonna be coming back in for women, but not like the big like 80s triangular shoulder pads, like actual nice ones.
Okay.
That are like rounded and more like princessy, I guess. Oh god, they're so good. I can't fucking wait.
Damn.
I would wear literally 99% of it.
Okay.
It was one of those runway shows that was practical.
Well, that's
like,
good.
You could wear the runway outfits, and no one would say anything. You wouldn't look like a weirdo. It was so good.
Yeah, I'm kind of like... I mean, cringe is okay, I think, at this point, but, like, I'm kind of over just, like, nonsensical weirdo wear.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Well, it's not even a lot of times like that. A lot of times it's just, like, the stuff on the runway is more art than, like, practical.
Right.
And I'm not against that. I think sometimes that's a very important, like, expression. But, this was, like, a mostly regular collection.
Word.
It was so nice. I will send you the show. It was really good.
I'll watch it, for sure.
I watch all the Hot Couture shows now because my D&D character only wears Hot Couture, so I refresh her wardrobe every fucking season.
Oh, fuck.
It's good.
I feel like I'm an easy target for this Nautilus. It's starting to get on my nerves. I'm behind you. So is a golden aerospray, actually.
It's okay.
Well, you're pushing into their base, right?
Yeah, I'm in the base.
Yeah.
Up. You're jumping to me, but you shouldn't.
Tragic. I traded.
Rip.
Avenged.
Nice.
Nautilus killed
10
me.
out of 10.
But I killed that
That's okay.
Catty.
Fucking aerospray. Get out of here.
Yep.
No.
Makes sense. GG's.
God damn. We lost this one.
Yep.
Ah! Wild. What the heck?
Yeah, I feel like this Nautilus killed me like all 8 times or whatever.
All 8 times or whatever.
Yeah, Jesus.
Jeez.
Super rare angel? Okay.
Yeah, you know what? Fair. Valid. Angel of Death. Kicking my ass.
7 times.
5 times. Ugh.
I'm switching back to Pierce.
Okay.
Aw, man.
Hmm.
I messed up.
What'd you mess up?
I changed out my gear for Squelchers, and I like saved it over my number 1 for it, which is
Oh no.
it's okay, I got it.
I can't believe you saved Precious Fits. Meanwhile, I'm just like digging through my wardrobe, like, I don't know, something.
Yeah, I like having certain stat lines and certain weapons. Like, it's annoying. To have them
I mean, that's definitely the smart way to play. I just don't know what I'm doing. I'm like, I'm simply here to look cool. Dab. And then I show up in a fucking parka.
Oh god. Yo, that like shirt that the like gunner has,
Yeah.
like, is pretty hot. I like that.
Is it?
Oh fuck. You above me?
No. Ah, Jesus Christ! Holy God! Everyone was on me.
Yep, I died to that one. Good job on the Novo. Oh, they're just running full revive? Fuck off. Fuck you.
What is it?
The Dapples Nova are running like full, like 6 points of revive.
Oh.
Yeah.
My one sweater rolled 3 points of revive, but like that was it.
Queen Jenna has been slain. Jesus. Okay. The machine gunner has like 8 points of run speed, so like be careful.
Jesus Christ, yeah. Yeah. Jeez.
Behind, okay, help the sniper. Fuck. This Novo. Jesus. Okay.
Right? Yikes. Yikes, yikes, yikes.
Yeah, they're running
don't-
8 points for revive.
Woo! We do not have time to organize. This is wild.
Alley Moon's down.
Stop! Stop! Go away!
Damn
Why
it.
are you behind me? Why are you behind me? Oh, good. No longer. Ah!
Take the space that we can.
Nope. God. You're doing great. Keep gently push. Gently push.
Ooh, this sniper. The sniper
Yeah,
woke
the
up.
sniper is on fire.
Damn it. Did it land upright? It doesn't matter. I died before I could throw it down.
No! Ah! The Gatling boy keeps getting me.
Very good.
He's very good. I don't like it. Show me how to be that good. What the hell? How do you do that?
A hard commit to run speed.
Yeah, that makes sense because they can't. They move real slow with that thing.
But yeah, that pink shirt,
Mm-hmm.
I think sick.
The pink smiley shirt.
Yeah.
Nice. You want to jump out and order it from him?
Nah, it's fine.
You sure?
Yeah, I'm sure.
Okay.
Using 3 skills. Yeah, I shouldn't. It's fine.
I'm not using any skills. I am simply cozy.
I'm wondering if I should take out the special investment that I have, which is nice on this because of the it makes the wave breaker deal more damage. It's like 60 per hit instead of like 42 or something.
Oh, that's good though.
But like if I trade that for just resistance, or if I trade out like the resistance for like more special, but I don't know if I really want. Ooh, the run back. Let's go.
I'm ready to get our asses handed to us again.
I'm not. I'm going. Center.
We lost our first one on the side.
See that? Oh, I swam right back into the edge of the booyah
I
bomb.
got him!
Good stuff, Teagues.
Fuck. My base now. Ah, no, your base apparently, Doolies. I didn't know you were here.
Yeah,
Shit.
the Novo Doolies is a duo with Shardy, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, it doesn't go up the level. That's enough.
Oh no.
Good to know.
I am not doing well now. Alright, they're 3 down. Or they were.
Tanotech is on the top.
No! I got by the other aerospray.
Wipe out. Okay.
Nice.
Three
But 3 of them did just respawn, so...
That's fine.
Ah! Whoop!
Oh, well, yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, you swim right into that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god!
There-
Everyone was right there.
Yeah. Jesus. Hydro's flatline. Yep. Okay.
Nope. Nice. Oh, hey, I rolled.
Hey.
Can I roll? Am I allowed to roll when I land?
Yeah.
Eh?
Yeah,
Eh?
when you land, you get 1 roll.
Ah!
Especially if you have the drop roller skill on.
Oh, I do. Oh, hey, huh? Am I dumb? Maybe. Maybe I'm stupid.
Oh my god.
I may be stupid, bottom text.
Oh my god. That was a bum that match.
Ooh.
That blaster kind of went nuts though.
Misty was a real bum. Roller should be able to do way more than 400.
Yeah. But against like a really good Hydra Splat lane, like, I don't know.
Yeah, hard to control.
You have to play a very different game. Turbo.
Turbo and Inky! That sounds like a show.
I think it'd be fun. Yep. Fix that. Got him.
I don't know which band this is, but I like it. Ah!
Yeah, that wasn't great.
Let's go.
Okay. I'm getting base real.
They got me, but I got them. Ha ha. Bitch.
Oh, really?
Hmm.
I guess it was that much damage. Like, I swam up a wall and I got killed by the 10 attack, and it was like... I felt like it was only like one shot, but I guess it wasn't.
Bless you.
Thank you. Sneezed right into the mic, didn't I? Fuck.
It's
There we
okay.
go. Got him. Got the king. Whoop.
No, the splatling got me.
Ah. Throw that right there. I don't see him. Where'd they go? Oh, what?
What? Hello?
That was whack.
Hello? Rocky? Hello?
It's okay.
You were there, and then you were gone.
And then I was gone. That is the magic of video game. Gotcha, Nia. You're not as good as that other Hydra Splatling. Holy shit, thank God.
Got him.
Oh yeah, let's go.
I like the Akira slide, but I wish I couldn't be killed on it.
I mean, I feel like that'd be really busted. Like, it'd be a lot worse than it actually
for
is.
sure. I feel like I should be able to get on it at least before I die, you know?
I get that. I think you should get, like, a little armor. I don't know if you should get involved, but...
I think you should be invulnerable while it's spawning in, and then immediately, like, it's out, you know?
Yeah.
Name me my little polar jacket. Cute.
Okay, that stat line looks...
I just realized I don't actually have the stream up, so I can't monitor it like a mod. Whoops.
Oh.
I'm a goof. Let me turn that on.
Oh, Teeks, you want me to tell you something goofy?
Yeah.
So, like, you know how I was mad about how, like, the new Ultimate raid in Final Fantasy XIV came out and no one told me? So I looked into it a little bit. And it's open on Tuesday. No one has cleared it yet. We've gotten to... Or, like, the top group has taken 27% off of the 5th phase. And we're not convinced that that's the last phase of the fight.
Oh.
And, but there's something that was happening in phase 3. Where, like, the boss was giving, like, a series of, like, buffs and debuffs that were so numerous that it actually ran against, like, the mechanics of the game and made it so that you couldn't put too many buffs off. So, like, you had people who were playing, like, certain classes, like Astrologian, who gives off buffs with their cards, and, like, Dancer, who just stacks a billion buffs on the party, that, like, were doing buffs that didn't give any benefit because the game couldn't process it anymore.
Oh no.
Yeah, isn't that fucking wild?
That's some kind of nonsense, that's for sure. What the hell?
To the point where, like, the teams that are going for it, especially, like, Neverland, who's, like, in first in the race right now, they switched off of classes that are designed to give a shit ton of buffs to the party because they're not getting the benefit of them in Part 3 anymore.
Oh, okay. Interesting. So what does that mean for you? What are you gonna end up running for it?
I hope I can still run Scholar, because Scholar's not about buffs. Scholar does, like, one buff every, like, 60 minutes or whatever, but they have a lot of raw damage. But, like, for example, the range physical class, which is where you get your bards, your dancers, and whatnot, most of them are actually running Machinist at this point, because Machinist is also just raw damage. They don't give the party a shit ton of buffs.
Ah, okay.
But
I
also
got by the slosher. Watch out up there.
Yeah, Splasher, I see him.
Yeah.
Also, what's it called? they're like Black Mage, which is like by far the most damaging like magical DPS, isn't being used as often for the same reason, because their main buff, ley lines, they can't keep it up during the part 3 like damage windows. And so like they have to drop it. It's a big chunk of their damage. It's like 15%. And
jeez.
And like teams were like just losing out on the DPS check because they couldn't get as much damage off because they were too reliant on these buffs.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So it's neat. It's actually fucking wild what's going on.
Yeah, that's a real interesting way to like rebalance your parties and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Or force players to rebalance anyway.
I really like it because like I feel like ultimates like Savage like force you to like really engage with the game's mechanics a lot more honestly. And like UCOB, well, like to be fair, is probably the worst ultimate because all it is just like a labyrinthine like series of mechanics. But ah shit, I gotta move. Killed him through his own Booyah Bomb. There you go.
Hell yeah. Nico, stop killing me!
Oh lord.
I'm your mother!
Are you actually talking to your cat, or you're talking to someone playing Nico?
I'm talking to someone playing as Nico.
Ah, true. I don't know. I spent a lot of time on the right side. I don't know what center looks like. No, this is doable.
Yeah, it's doable.
Rip.
Close.
But what's it called? Like the other ultimates seem to have like an underlying like theory under them, which is really cool. Like like Uwu was very much about like damage control. It was about like being explosive in particular moments and like avoiding and like not burning like damage we were not supposed to. Like if you use too much damage in a certain place, everyone blows up. If you don't meet the check, obviously everyone blows up. So you got to like hit the line every time, and learning what that is was a big deal. And then the Epic of Alexander was very much about like coordinated like buff control, which or not coordinated buff control, but coordinated debuff control. That like you need to make sure that everyone was like controlling their buffs, and also it was highly movement focused. Like there was a lot more moving to do, and people made like class choices based off of that information. Like Summoner was a big deal because they're a caster that can use a bunch of their damage while still moving. They didn't have to stand still through most of it. That was a big deal. And then like DSR, I haven't looked too deeply into it yet, but it looks like it's very much about like mitigation properly. Like there's certain things that like if you over mitigate, like you won't take enough damage to move to the next phase, which is really goofy, but
take enough damage?
Yeah, like you need to take a certain amount of damage in certain places to like move on. 3 people on the right. And it was pretty silly. But I need to dig deeper into like really figure out what it is, because I haven't done that fight yet. I've just watched it.
My right side now.
Yep. Oh fuck, let's go.
I traded with the big gulp, but I'm back here.
Word. Pushing forward. Oh, I need a...
Yeah, please don't forget to booyah.
Damn it, I got
caught
caught
on
in that one.
friends.
I've been booyahing. I do like...
Okay.
Yeah, you know, like a drop camera, and then like... Oh fuck, this guy's close actually.
Oh, hi.
There you go.
Got him.
Jesus. That one I had no visibility on.
I did not a cure slide in a good spot, but I didn't die, so...
Oh fuck. I'm out of ink.
The left side is mine.
Right side's mine. All side takeover, let's go.
Hell yeah.
Damn it, Nautilus.
I got him.
Oh yeah.
Got him.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, no ink vac for you. Aw, damn. I'm great.
Let's go.
We went from absolutely being fucked on this, in this match to kicking ass.
Oh, no, let's got me at the end. Actually, I think we might still lose.
Nah. I don't think so.
Oh, never mind.
Yeah, there
Yeah,
you go.
close.
We did so well there for a second. How did we almost lose? We were just dicking around.
I got caught at the end. I think it was just close the
Oh.
whole time, maybe.
Maybe. Maybe there was enough give and take. 1609.
16? Jesus Christ, Teeks.
Yeah, 16.
Oh my god. That's actually insane, Teeks. Holy shit.
I was a monster.
Mm-hmm.
Yay!
9 and 2, 16. Holy shit, Teeks.
9?
9 and 2. Look at your thing.
Oh. Good morning. Good morning, it's me.
Also, it's officially afternoon. Well, I guess only East Coast, though.
Yeah, only East Coast. Alright. When does the map switch off? I thought it switched at noon.
No, it's 1.
Oh, it's 1.
Oh, rip them.
Rip them. Simply obtain better internet.
Jesus Christ, Teeks. Oh, hold on. I gotta bought my food.
Food?
Yeah.
Oh, you mean game food, not real food.
Yeah, real food, I think I'm just gonna do like.
Yeah, we have pizza.
Mm.
Also, we got our meal box today.
Oh, you were saying meal box before.
Yeah. What do you think I said?
Mailbox, and I'm like, okay.
No,
That's weird.
meal. Meal, the food.
Right.
Oh, I'm in a game now. Whoops.
It's okay. I'll just hang out.
I'm gonna fight against an orange.
You do that, Teeks. I think I'm gonna go warm up my food real quick. I will be back.
Yeah, do it. All right.
Yeah, let's go. No. Splatoon Saturdays. Wait, does this one have a... No, it doesn't. Okay. Messing with the transitions, my bad. How's the game going, Teeks?
It's almost done, and I thought I was aggressive, but like this team is very aggressive.
Okay.
I've just been literally like one person will slip through and get into our base, and I just have been sitting in base cleaning up after them.
Jesus.
We won, but only by like 5 points. Nice. Nuts. Also nice. What'd I get? Ooh! I didn't get a picture. Our poses all made like a slant. Damn it. 1344.
Jesus, alright.
Not crazy.
It's pretty crazy for a turf war.
Eh. Oh, they had a DC and our sniper only did 95. So. They had a bamboozler. How do you fuck that up?
Yeah.
Bamboozler's an assault weapon, is it? Are you sure?
Yeah.
Can't fucking hit shit.
Yeah, they really need to move up with it, which is kind of silly.
Are we going to the same team? What leftovers are you having?
Oh, I have like a tomato pesto pasta. Made it later this week. I decided to kind of mess around and I put like a broccoli and mushroom in it. It's not bad.
Oh, okay.
It's not great, but it's not bad.
Yeah. I don't like broccoli. Broccoli is bad.
Where else do you get your vitamin B?
From my multivitamin?
Yeah, that's fair.
Broccoli's just real bitter.
It is bitter. You're right about that. At least 30. Oh my god, we both died? That's bad.
Yeah, we did. I got one of them, though. I took one out on my way. Not good. Who inked this? It's all pink. That slosher machine.
I think that's an explosion. Got. Oh, there's 3 here.
Ow. Ooh.
Got the explosion.
Ah, no. Heck. I got my own gun. I hate that.
Jeez.
We are not winning right now.
Mm-mm. Hello, June. Welcome back.
I got. Burka's doing really well.
Trans rights, true.
Oh no! Yeah, go around him. Go around him if you can.
Trying.
I'm gonna try and go out the other side.
Jesus Christ, big swig came off though.
Yeah, the big swig is nuts. No, I didn't get my ult off in time. Heck.
Hmm.
Ah. Torture, Flimple, Burka, and Y?
Bargain bin assistant manager is kind of sick though. For someone named Y.
God, that is good. Y. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Bumpy. Oh no.
Hmm. I wasn't using my stuff.
You think?
Yeah.
Hmm.
Why?
That's hard to balance. Why? Why weren't you using it effectively? Hmm? Don't forget we have another event tonight
Mm-hmm.
that we can show.
Oh yeah, we're gonna be playing Among Us with Gata and friends.
Yeah. And they'll be hosting it, so it'll be at Farmer Gata on Twitch.
True.
Yay!
Oh Jesus.
Yo, hello! Oh, I didn't die. Holy shit. I don't know how I didn't die, but I didn't. Twitch.tv/Farmer. Thank you, June.
Thank you, June. Got it.
Haha. I got him.
This is going better. Gotcha, Emmy. My base.
Ah! I let their sniper kill me. It's okay. They needed the win.
Damn, sniper got me that time. But that's okay, they're way up in there.
I got. Emmy got me. That was legit. 100%. They just did that to me. You know it's a good game when we just shut up.
Yeah, right. You just fucking play.
Yeah, we're just like, hang on, I gotta concentrate for 10 seconds.
Whew. Okay.
I absolutely
Teeks.
acted like I had a, like I had an ult there and I did not. I heard you're very distressed, Teagues, though. I was like, whoops. That was fun.
They got me that time, but that's okay. Wasting their time in their own base. Excellent work.
Yep. That's very good. Yeah, we got this. I am so not worried about it.
Yes. Thanks for the ink.
Nice. Ayo.
Mm-hmm.
There we go.
That was legit bullying.
Yeah, it was not fun. I mean, it was fun, but it wasn't like fun.
Went fun
We
for
were just
them.
hanging out. Yeah. Did someone DC and it just didn't, like, catch it or something? Let's see.
I don't
No.
remember seeing Papa, but No, I think they could.
Yeah,
they just rebel enough.
nobody DC'd. Sometimes someone will DC right at the end, and it'll like in the last like minute, and it'll make you play it out.
Right.
Not what happened there though.
Mm-mm.
Yee. Oh.
Mm-hmm.
All right, fine. Fine game. I'll do it. I'm gonna switch my gear. I'll do the thing. I'll do the thing. That's fine. I want. Mm, Thermalink? No, I want Haunt.
Ooh. I,
Hmm.
I am looking at a title. It's called Overheated Uncle. Yeah, that
Ooh,
one's
that's
fun.
a good
I
one.
think I'm gonna keep Overheated Uncle.
I don't know what to pick.
I created a room.
You create a room? Okay. I'm gonna do that. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Okay. All right, I'm coming.
Mm-hmm.
Here I come. We're gonna study. Now it's Tegan's turn.
Then I'll cover. Give me a second. Damn it! I did it again.
What'd you do? Oh, did you save over?
Yeah, I gotta. I can fix it. It's only the. This one, the only difference is the weapon.
No, Tegan's not studying the blade. Tegan's studying how to snipe.
Mm-hmm. What's your ult with that?
Huh?
What's your ult with that gun?
Sodas.
Wait, isn't
Sodas.
that your bomb? Oh, you mean like the
Yeah, like the cooler, the
Mhm.
tentacooler or whatever.
Okay.
The ink juice dispersal machine. Please come have a sippy. Oh no, fuck! I'm about to be completely outclassed.
Now you'll be okay.
The Coke convenience, yeah.
The Coke convenience. Oh fuck, there they are. They're over here.
Yeah, their range is gonna be a lot further than mine.
That's fine.
Like, they can hit me where I am. Oh no! Someone DC'd on their side. Nice. Okay, cool. I don't have to be completely outclassed. Ayo! Oh, Jesus Christ. No, Minecraft, don't open. No, Minecraft! No! Cancel!
You open Minecraft?
I was trying to open Discord, and my Minecraft launcher and my Discord launcher are right next to each other.
Oh, rip.
There was an update apparently also, so now I gotta wait. There it goes. Oh, the little floaty dudes are here. That's why. I'm just gonna close that. Thanks. I inked almost 200.
Nice. That's more than some snipers do in a whole game.
Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of what I have to do to, like, get started. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Just to get some stuff out. Soda machine. Ah.
Damn it.
Communication error occurred. What? But we're communicating just fine.
Teagues, you make the room this time.
Okay. Stop DCing all over the place, honestly. Multiplayer game of the year, remember.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, the room's ready.
Okay.
Yeah, I really gotta... This, like the other, snipers, some of the other snipers, you gotta... I think I'm supposed to put some, like, run speed up into this. Because I can't... If I could hold a charge and swim, that'd be different. But with this one, you can't.
I gotta try rotating right. Okay. Means it's a totally different.
I should get some more art when I have money.
That could be fun.
With our new weapons.
Oh god, I actually don't use the apples anymore. Jesus. Oh, I ran out of. Ah! Jesus, that's so stupid. Why was no one there to help me? It's okay. I died. I lost.
I don't know where you are, and I don't. Hello?
I was in the center of the map.
The fucking brush just abandoned me to a wiper.
Anyways, Milky's dead. Long live Milky. Okay, again, like, there's just no one here in the center of the map.
Yikes! Leaky got me. Oh no! I got by some dapples. Milky got me.
Yeah, it's Milk. Milky's pretty good. Pretty aggressive roller, though. Yep. Oh my god.
Yikes!
What? Okay, hold on. What are we running here? Like, why is no one out here?
I'm not out there because I am a sniper.
You're a sniper, that's fine. I'm wondering about these other two. I have a roller and an arrow spray, and they're just never on the map? What's that about?
Yeah, I have no idea.
There we go. Jesus.
Nope, I didn't get one kill. Ah!
You gotta warm
I
back
think I
up.
inked more than they did, which is terrible.
Yeah.
And I did not ink that much, like, yikes.
No, GG's.
No way. Mm-mm. Ugh. It takes me 2 hits with this thing at full charge to kill somebody.
Right. Yep, there we go.
Map's updated. Yay! What do we got? Ugh. Scorch Gorge and something else. What is that other one? I don't know what it is.
An Eeltail Alley.
Jun's playing.
Hey, June. You wanna play with us?
Can we play with you, Jun? Jun, can we play with you?
I'm joining you.
I won't be a sniper this time, I promise.
I tried to drop in on y'all. Oh, true. That was
Oh,
why the face, because the
no.
weapons just changed. Yeah.
Okay, there we go.
Mm.
I changed to a regular gun again. I'm not studying anymore.
Teagues, go back to your sniper. What are you doing?
No, I'll go back after this one. I don't remember what the snipe situation is on either of these maps.
Okay.
So give me 1 round to just look at it.
Fine.
Ah, what? No, fine, I'll do it. I got time anyway. We'll go back to that snipe. I got that pencil out again.
There you
I'll
go.
do it.
I'm proud of you, Teague.
I'm not.
I know.
Each shot only does 60. I don't have an ult that, like, can drive people out. This is a pure support weapon. You know?
Yeah, you're mostly, like, laying down suppressing fire. So you should, like, try to third party on fights rather than, like, one-shot kill.
Mm-hmm.
Because, like,
That's 'cause I'm a...
like, if I touch someone and you hit them afterward, they die. Like, that's just it.
Yeah, but this range isn't super far.
Mm-hmm.
I guess it is kind of far. On the what is it? The practice gun thing?
Mm-hmm.
It just it's the full like length of that.
True.
The game put me in a match saying I was playing with you. No. We're hanging out. We're waiting, so it's okay. I can't see Rocky though, and Rocky can't see me, which is interesting.
Did you join June's game?
I did.
Oh, that is interesting. I guess because we're not officially in the party yet.
Yeah. My thing is, I need people to stand still in order for me to hit them. I'm not good at hitting the moving targets yet.
Okay, I'm switching to the blade, though.
Okay.
God, this charge speed is so sick now. And, like, do I actually have charge? No, it's swim speed, 3 run speed, distance special, and is that drop roller? No, it's intensify action.
What's intensify action do?
It makes it so that squid rolls and like squid jumps like off the walls and like off the ink are a bit stronger. And it makes it so that your aim steadies after like doing one of those actions instead of like wobbles.
Oh, okay. Alrighty.
Oh,
June's
no.
here with the blah blobber.
It actually widens the range for like the reaction on the squid roll.
Okay.
Like it's easier to do.
I'm gonna try.
I believe Diggs.
I was right. That's right. I'm so scared.
Oh, I never use intensify action. I hear that. It's like for example, like I in Splatoon 2, I thought I was like a genius because like I'm gonna put a drop roller on all my dualies. That way I can roll when I drop. But like everybody can do that. It's not special. Plus, you can already roll and drop as like dualies. Like it's actually a redundant like skill.
No! No! AJ knew exactly what I was doing! No.
I'll take that trade.
Go away.
Good stuff, Teeks. Got AJ.
Anybody need a soda?
Fuck. I wasted so much time.
I put the sodas over by where our guy was.
I see him. I can't get up there right now, though.
That's okay. Whoop.
2 dead. Y'all are in here with me. Remember that.
Well, can you make them in here a little bit differently? Because I'm dying.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
All right. I'll help.
It's okay.
Damn. That's unfortunate. Jumped right into a 52 cal. Actually, I'm gonna jump over there. Hey, Teeks. Gotcha, AJ. Ah, fuck. Guys in our base.
I'm also in our base now. Haha. I died.
Damn it. I think we just lost.
Nah. Oh well. I got 2 kills. Neither of them were sniper hits, though. They were both random. Ah, someone is right here. Quick shots. Cute. Ink consumer. Sorry, I wasn't very good. 607.
You're doing all right, Teeks.
Needed more sniper coverage. I'm trying. I'm not entirely sure where I'm supposed to be looking is part of the problem.
Like, try just, like, watching where, like, fights are breaking out.
Yeah, that's what I think I'm gonna have to do. I don't have very good map awareness, which is something you definitely need as a sniper.
I'm gonna create a room.
Hey, Hordian. Oh, I'm creating a room.
Well, then I'm destroying my room. I'm gonna burn it down.
Yeah, do it. Burn your room down. I made a room. Jen is here.
Yeah. How's the splatting?
It's going.
Yeah, it's fine. Teeks is upset because she's practicing sniping and she's not amazing at it right now. It's okay.
I'm not amazing, and it's so bad. I hate not being amazing.
She'll get back to it. It'll be fine.
I need to be perfect.
Oh my gosh. Oh my god, I missed that? No way. Oh, I'm bad. Hold on. That's so weird. I was like stepping to the side of it.
I feel.
You're amazing in our hearts, Teeks. So there you go.
Aww. Thank you, Hordian.
Oh god, we gotta fight eggs? Damn.
And Family Guy, apparently. It's okay, we got Wonder Plus.
Lord, forgive me for what I'm about to do. At least we get to kill Dadikins. That's worthwhile.
Okay, I know what my job is here.
I'm gonna die. Yep. Yep. Ugh.
I got them.
Good stuff, Teeks.
Splatted immediately.
Wonder Plus thinks it's their job to like ink the entire base before the game starts, so
It's okay. We can't expect everyone to know how to play.
Got him.
Good get.
Thank you.
I may have just saved my own life by not being up.
Kill Dadikins. Someone's behind me. I don't like it. I made it out. Got Family Guy. Hell yeah.
Soda's available.
Yeah, I'm on my way. Oh, that's so annoying. Good kill on Family Guy, though.
Ah! I got.
No, dude.
Eggs got me. I don't know what I'm doing still. I'm just like, if I'm sneaky, no one will bother me.
No, you can't do that as a sniper, Teagues. Good trade, June. Got eggs.
Trying to get that shield down, sorry.
No, you're good. Pushing in the middle. Traded with Vixie. Yeah, that's us. We win.
Did we?
Yeah.
Did I help?
Yeah, of course.
I don't know. I don't know if I helped.
Okay. GG's.
Nice. We did it.
Hold on. I gotta check something downstairs. I'll be right back.
Okay. It gave me silver, I think, first.
Jeez, a lot of interruptions today. My bad.
That's all right. Everything okay?
Yeah. Aaliyah's dad dropped by to drop off some like documents.
Okay.
A storm seems to be brewing. Oh lord. How's your guys' game going?
Rocky's not here, or Jun's not here, it's just me.
Oh damn, where'd June go?
I don't know.
June, you still alive? You're also having cereal without milk? Because I have no milk? Yeah, I hear that.
We're not doing well. I think one of our players, like, DC'd.
Oh.
Because they just, like, literally stopped moving and then took lethal damage way after they would have normally.
Right.
But I think I got 2 kills.
Okay.
I think.
June says, Tegan, I'm sorry, .mp3.
It's okay. It's not your fault. We lost very badly. Like 35%. Yikes.
Ow. I'm
It's
sorry.
okay.
Tegan, I'm sorry, .wave. Oh no.
Oh no.
That one of these days they're gonna hit you with the Tegan, I'm sorry, .ogg.
Oh god. I was throwing Splatter Sister. That's my job. I got 5.
Tegan, it looks like you're getting better at sniping.
5 whole kills. I did it. Everyone is here. Thank you for coming back. Did you abandon me so that I had to have my own, like, what is it? Lethal glow up or whatever?
Yeah, it was calculated actually. I didn't actually go see anyone just now. I just like kind of like watched the game.
Oh my god. Illegal. I hate that. Oh, when I throw 2 sprinklers, the first one disappeared.
Yeah, you can only have one active.
I didn't know that.
Well, I'm glad you're experimenting. Chicken, I'm sorry, .exe. Oh no.
Oh no. An executable. Oh no. The worst.
It's just a virus, like GG's. They're apologizing for...
No.
Okay, so, new plan here. I'm just gonna ink a bunch and then build up an ult, and then I'm just gonna push into their deep back line. Yep, here we go. And we're live.
I got
I have not yet. I am in their base.
a slosher got me.
Thanks for the drink. Trade with the slosher. And because I just got the drink, I just immediately reappeared. What a time. Sniper has cover up there? That's kind of terrifying.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna make them dance for a little bit, if that's okay.
There's somebody in our base and they are chasing me.
I'm in their base. And now I'm leaving.
No, there's someone in our base.
No, I heard you. I was just also saying I'm in their base. And I killed Shoes. Rip Shoes. And I killed Hefty Jeff. Let's go. Scotty's dead too. Oh my god. I am just slaying. I'm on a rampage.
Well, that's great, but they are all up in our base.
I mean, I hear you. I totally understand, but that means they're giving up center.
That's true, I guess.
And
But
again...
it also means I'm not getting to practice because I'm busy being dead.
Well, that's not great. You're right about that. Okay, now I'm dead. I can help you now.
Well, everyone else is dead too because they all came back, so...
Oh my gosh.
Are they giving up center or is it us who gave up center? Because, like, they've all just been vibing here.
Well, no, they left and then like they came back. Like I died because they were all in center and they killed me.
Ah.
I saw you both die. I avenged you. I killed Snowy.
Hey.
Jesus. Someone needs to get in the center. I think
I can't. I tried.
Yeah, that one wasn't great.
I'm trying. It's hard.
I'm not mad at you, T.
You can be mad at me. It's okay. Their sniper was way better than I was.
Were they?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they have a classic squiffer. It's stronger and it's got more range, and also you can actually swim with it.
It just shoots faster. I don't think it's strong.
Its single shot is stronger because you can swim in it.
Yeah, that's true.
I have 5 shots. They each deal 60 damage. But I cannot swim while holding them.
Snowy was their MVP by a lot. I also only met Snowy once. Like, I think I killed Snowy, but, like, I didn't kill them until, like, when I went back to the base. Were they the ones that were just, like, in our base the whole time?
Snowy was in our base the whole time.
Okay, that makes sense.
Snowy was kicking my ass. Snowy said fuck Tegan in particular, actually. Maybe they assumed I was a good sniper? Incorrect.
Oh my god. Ooh. Hold on. Do I need to... I'm going to update my locker.
Okay.
Because I have a glowy
making a
sticker for
room.
my sword now.
Ooh, nice.
Close. Wait, yes.
Ooh, your locker's changed a lot.
Mm-hmm. There we go. Those are my 4 ones. Also, I put up 1,000 with a sword last time. Like, yo.
You did. You did very well.
I'm gonna switch to Dapple Nova. Because I don't have the holographic with Dapple Nova, and I want to replace the Dark Tetra up there.
That's fair.
So all I gotta do is win some games with Dapple Nova. That's fine. Let's do it.
Why do you say Novo?
How do you say it?
Isn't it Nouveau?
But it's N-O.
Nouveau Rich? Is
Mm,
it French though?
I mean, it is French, but like, French O's don't make U sounds unless there's a U next to it, right?
French is weird. French is my least favorite language.
Oh my gosh.
I'm very bad at it.
Is
thought
it
it was
Nouveau?
Nouveau too,
If it is
yeah.
Nouveau, then I'm sorry. I'll say it.
No, it's okay. Say however you want. Ask Aaliyah. She probably knows.
Aaliyah probably knows. Okay, so this way, I gotta kite around. I'm gonna push hard here. Throw a bomb there. Found you. Way to push them off. Great work, everybody. There's someone over. Got Mad King. Got Jokey Smurf, but there's a third one that's pushing on the bridge.
Yeah, I got him.
Hell yeah, let's go, Teeks. Can I show you a trailer for a game? Yeah, sure.
Oh no, I swam off the bridge. Get me back up there.
On the Discord. Word. I want it so bad. Okay. Take a look at it. I want to see what it's about. Oh, it's the next Shovel Knight? Oh, okay. I've actually heard good things about the new Shovel Knight.
I traded with Jokey Smurf, but I got him.
Word. I did a very bad, Oh, you mean like it's as good as the next Shovel Knight. Now it's like the next Shovel Knight game that they've already announced. Okay.
There's 2 on the bridge.
I'm pushing under. I traded with Helianthus. First time I've seen them. Yeah, as important as Shovel Knight. Yeah. Oh, I got sandwiched.
Nah, I got. But my Splash-O-Matic, I hate that.
How do you beat your own gun, Teagues?
You move side to side.
Okay. Oh, right, because the very thin, like, shot pattern.
Yeah, it's a straight line.
Word. We need a ink center, like, now.
I tried. I failed.
I got a good chunk of it, I think. Not enough. We lost too much of our side. Oh, it was some good job we did, though.
We did some kind of job. It was all right.
Yo, Helianthus, that's a cool dress.
That's the Octoling dress. The Octoling amiibo dress.
Ah, true.
I have it. Deb.
Dab. What's its main skill?
Whoa, I don't know. I never wear it. Wait, hang on. Did that... Hang on.
Just the music for the trailer makes me so hype. So much hype. Oh my god. Orion really wants to see this trailer.
I got over Splatter and overall Splatter Sister.
These do be Splat and
game.
sisters. You got 5 kills. You're obviously
Yeah, but
doing
Jen
better.
also got 5. Why did I get it? I should have gotten second.
Oh my god.
Not first.
Oh, Pizza Tower. I think I saw something about it. I know. Oh yeah, it was. I think it's something that's like highlighted in like upcoming releases.
Okay, I need to move closer.
Go demo. Corners. Ah. Oh, they had DC.
Hi.
Cheddar ink. Oh man.
Jen, I threw the soda thing right behind you. It was gonna be perfect. It was gonna be so good. Peak placement.
The one guy was shooting blanks because they weren't connecting. Oh no.
Oh. One day I'll be good at this.
What are you, Tegan? You're already getting better. What are you? That. Yeah.
One day I'll be real good though. One
Yes.
day I'll be a nightmare.
I look forward to it.
One day it'll be, we'll go, oh, Tegan's going sniper? Okay.
Yeah.
A-game time, I guess.
I mean, Tegan, like, doing Defender on Sniper is going to be hilarious. Like, try
You think
Defender?
so?
Yeah, like, Tegan, I'm telling you, like, I played a couple of games where, like, people were just, like, queuing into it with a sniper. Because all they would do is, like, watch, like, the main target thing. And then just, like, snipe whoever tried to grab, like, the ultra signal.
Oh my god, that sounds fun.
And, like, they did, like, they got, like, 9 kills. And, like, we
Really?
won while defending. Yeah.
Okay, room is made.
Okay, I gotta destroy this room, too.
That sounds like a dream, honestly.
It was like, I was like, oh fuck, yeah, Sniper would be really good at this because all they have to do is sit there and like the cover fire that the team did, like they would like, you know, run around and ink, but like when someone got close to it, basically all they would do is like throw bombs up at the ultra signal, and then like the sniper would shoot them, because like the only way to defend against it was to like go up there with a shield. But if everyone threw bombs at once, they pop the shield, sniper pops the guy getting the ultra signal.
Nice. Okay. That sounds doable.
Yeah.
Especially if we're squadding up for it.
Mm-hmm. Like I know they were like a group, because like I like stuck with that group for like 12 games. Like that time that water won, like I was like playing defender with them, and I was like, oh my god, they're really hitting these guys.
Yeah, and well, now you can't do that necessarily because we're doing because you flip between attacker and defender, so you can only squad up with 2.
Right. I'm choosing dark, June.
I'm going with Rocky because I don't have an opinion. Looks like Stark Chocolate best too, so.
Oh my god, you got the copyrighted chest boy? Alright, sure.
Oh god!
You okay, Teeks?
No.
Oh shit.
A wiper got me.
Wiper? Nah, come on.
Yeah, Splatoon wiper.
That's whack.
He got me. I am not strong.
Okay. I'm coming back to center. I have an ult.
Oh, I got again. Since I've never played a sniper rifle, and I don't tend, god damn it. I don't tend to play with people who do play sniper rifles. I don't know what I'm doing wrong.
Okay.
And so I'm not sure how to fix it.
How are you dying?
People are coming up behind me and smacking me with stuff.
Oh. Yeah, that might be more positioning than anything else. Oh my god!
Yeah, that guy
Finding like people
has gotten me twice. But if I turn around to focus on him, I can't potentially stop other people from getting there.
No. Then like what you need to do is not stand in open space. Like you have to like pick spots that like where you can like put down an ink thing or whatever, or like just know that like they're coming from peripherals or they're not going to be there.
Yeah. There's a guy down there, like literally right against. Yeah.
He's dead. Okay.
I feel like I'm supposed to be able to help clear a way for you guys to get out, and I just can't do it because I'm not skilled enough.
Okay.
I can't hit these shots. I'm not scaring them away effectively.
Maybe so.
Ah! Ouch. This roller, yeah, this roller is wild. They're not afraid of anybody. Least of all me. No one is afraid of me.
The roller's nuts. Like, actually crazy. Oh my god. Okay, never mind. I had the wrong decision. I was like, okay, I think we can start clearing middle now. And, like, no. It turns out they were still just hanging out in our base.
Yep. I couldn't do anything. I'm sorry.
It happens.
The roller did have moves. They were wild.
I'm afraid of you, Tegan, sometimes. Oh!
No, I'm not scary.
We had a DC. That's why we
had a
lost.
DC?
Yeah, apparently.
Oh, okay.
Oh, no, they had 2 DCs.
They had 2 DCs.
Derpy actually DC'd at the end. That's kind of crazy.
Derpy in person kicked my butt.
They just decided to quit on a lark, as a joke. For the memes, you know.
They kicked our ass and then said, all right, we'll make this not count as a loss for you. Haha.
Two snipers.
No. 2 snipers and a reflux.
Okay. So, I'm going to do my job, which is to be on them at all times, to not let them know where I'm coming from.
I'm going to try to do my job. Oh, and I'm going to fail immediately, actually, because their sniper is better than me.
Got snail.
Kid got me.
Oh, that was such a good bomb. That was such a good bomb. Jesus.
I'm not looking forward to being outclassed by 2 snipers.
Launch already. Jesus. There we go.
I understand there's no good way to, like, get better at a weapon other than practicing with it, but, like, Jesus Christ, I wish there was a way to get better at a weapon without practicing with it. Ah! Jesus Christ. The E-liter 4K is the one with the scope in it.
Yes. Damn it!
Ah!
Got it.
They are just absolutely taking turns,
Mm-hmm.
murdering my ass.
Yep, that's fair. I got a squid roll through those, I think. Teague's behind you.
Yeah, I moved. It's always behind me. They're always behind me somewhere.
What?
So they're always behind me somewhere. Our whole base is
No.
purple.
I heard you.
Like,
It was the roller, not the roller, the arrow spray. I think they swam under me as I was like blasting, or as I was like using the ult. Finally got him out of base. Yeah, right. Jesus.
Rocky, how much did you practice with the Platana before you got better?
I don't know. Since we've been doing this, I guess.
Only on Saturdays or other days too?
No, only on Saturdays. But I don't know. Maybe I think I did better with the Splatana because I had a better idea of what I wanted to do. Like I had very clear like objectives when I was using the Splatana. Like, what is my kill combo? How do I ink effectively? In what situations do I use my sub? And what do I want to do with my ult? Like those things were the questions that I were like really focused on as I was practicing. So like when I was like in the area, like I had to figure out what the kill combo was, which took a little bit, but like now I know it. Like I don't have to think about it anymore. 3 normal swipes kills, charge slash kills, and if I'm super close range, charge slash will always kill. I know that.
Okay.
I know.
Here we go.
Goodbye, Midicris.
Cobra's just hanging out back here. They're
Word.
figuring it out.
Word. Kill.
I think not having the ability to like do what other snipers do makes this weapon like harder to figure out.
I get that.
Oh, fuck. Ah, I got.
Going back.
I did not pay attention. Shit.
Kill the player. I'm gonna go on the bridge next. Jumping to you. I'm gonna cover your right. I'm going for the brush. Oh, brush is dead. Running on the bridge, good kill. Good stuff.
Kill.
Good stuff, June. Bye, player.
Ah! Octobrush got me.
Noted. Making their base. He'll be out in a bit.
I thought I had him. I got one shot on him, but
Not the second.
not the second. Got one.
Player's down. Mythicris got me. Everybody gets one. That's fine. Jumping to you.
Ooh.
Hey, Teeks.
They tried to get me with the killer whale at the end, but then I didn't die.
Oh, yeah. GG's.
Hey, we did it. And I say wait, I mean you guys.
I mean, I did okay, but like, Teeks, you're on the team.
I was the #1 super jump spot. Ayo.
There you go.
Just got some cool shoes.
Let's go, Jude.
You like my outfit? Thanks. I worked hard on it.
Oh, there
No, I
is a
didn't.
you there. It is new, though. Fuck me.
You got silly shoes. I inked almost 500 as a sniper. I don't know if that's good or not.
It's good for a sniper.
I got 3 kills though. That's good. Not as many as Rocky, but you know. It's tough. It's tough out here being a sniper. I can't hit when they're moving.
It takes... Like, that... Like, I think a lot of the things that you're, like, actually worried about are just muscle memory. And, like, you're gonna get it as you keep doing it. Like,
You think?
yeah. I think you have a good idea for strats. And, like, some things, like, come with experience for sure. Like, for example, having, like, a sniping spot and a secondary sniping spot. Like, I was like, oh, they took this spot from me. Where do I go now? Like... That's like a thing that like you get used to as you keep playing. Like it's just gonna happen. But like as far as like continuous shots, like you just gotta, or like landing the shots is just like something that like your hands have to get used to doing. Right there. Good sprinkler. Traded with it, etc. I'm gonna ink our base to build up an ult. Jumping to you.
Oh.
The drink. Got the ult out and the kill. Let's go. Pull the snipers away from the center. Jumping to you, Teeks.
The sniper is longer range than I do.
Okay, he doesn't get to stay there. Did Cetera kill me? Yeah. What is your sub on that sniper?
It's the sprinkler.
Ah, true. Okay, yeah, so like, for people that range you, you just kind of set up sprinklers like in a... Oop, hold on. I can't die here. Thank you.
I died there. It's hard. It's hard figuring out where I need to be.
Mm-hmm.
And not being able to, like, cover stuff as I go means my ults build up really slowly.
True.
Which, like, I'm sure is fine normally, but also, like, not being able to swim with a fully charged, like, gun kind of sucks.
Hear that. Oh. Out this way. Where are they? Oh, hey.
Yeah, they're, like, right here.
Up. I'm out of ink. Yeah, they're on me. Cetera's pushing in. I gotta land in front of our base. Deal with that.
I wonder if I'm playing this sniper wrong.
I think it's possible. You want to try switching?
Do a different sniper? No, I want to try doing something else.
Okay.
Like, I'm gonna try doing... moving a little more.
Hmm.
New sniper seems weak to me. It's... something. It does 5 shots. Each shot does 60 damage individually. You can't swim while having a fully charged sniper rifle. Whereas with other ones, you can charge up a shot, swim out somewhere, and then shoot. 630 that time.
630, okay.
Imagine I get to 1,000 with a sniper rifle.
You could? It's possible. You have like... At that point, with like 1,000, you could actually have 4 soda ults. That could actually be really scary.
Our roller was being weird, yeah.
Classic roller.
Jun would know. Jun's a roller expert.
Well, June's not a classic roller. He's an avant-garde roller.
Hmm. Alrighty, room is being made. It exists.
I don't think I've ever looked at the rules of Turf War, like, in my life.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I mean, I know how it works, but, like, I've never actually looked at them. I was wondering why you were looking. Yeah, right. Like, what is this mysterious game? Turf War.
Like, what if this is actually meant... Oh my god. What if this is actually meant to be, like, a close-range sniper?
I could see that. Works kind of like a needle nozzle.
Yeah.
I don't know, Teeks. Maybe switch snipers. Just give it a shot. Like, try, like, classics, what's it called? Not Squiffer, but the normal one. Splatter scope? No.
I'll have to go pick it up. Right now I just have this in the E-liter 4K.
Ah, true. I mean, you have extra tickets, right?
Yeah, I'll go pick it up.
Okay.
I'll be right back.
I'm gonna view a replay.
Are you gonna...
I'm
what you gonna do?
I'm gonna play a battle replay real quick.
Okay.
I forgot to grab my wallet. Damn.
Rip.
I'm gonna hide the banner for a bit.
Yeah, that sounds okay.
So I know there's approach. The approach that I'm doing here, I think, is right. Like I'm going on the bridge, and then trying to throw the. Yeah, and throw like the bomb behind him to see if I can catch someone out. That one, that old, I think I could have done better. Yeah, this is the game before the last one.
You're saying I should get the classic Squiffer?
No. Well, I mean, maybe, but like, it's the normal one. Like,
Oh, the splatter scope.
yeah, I think it is the splatter scope.
Like the basic one is the splat charger, and then the step up from that is the splatter scope.
Does Splat Charger have the Splat Bomb, or is it a different one?
Splat charger has splat bombs, yeah, and ink vac.
Oh, an ink vac though.
Yeah.
What does the Splatter Scope have?
Splatter scope has splat bombs and ink vac.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, the Squiffer has a point sensor in the big bubble. Which is the shield.
Right.
And then the Bamboozler is the killer whale. Ah, the Goo Tuber has torpedo and tenta missiles. Maybe I should do a Goo Tuber.
Okay, you can be out of sight for like the most of the game and then just fire off with 10 missiles. That's not a bad move. Gootuber, I think, has a pretty good single shot too, like non-charge.
Yeah. Alright, let's give it a shot. Why not?
That was a really rude, like, Akira slide there. Oh no. I like slid over the glass, like in the area, and then killed a guy, and then like zipped out.
Nice. That's good though. I like that shit. Yes, coming up behind him is fun.
I think I trade here. I can't remember. Oh no, I just don't find them.
How far side to side can I swim with this thing? Oh, I can swim pretty far. Heck. Okay. Shit. Alright, I'll give it a shot.
Oh, I could switch perspectives. I can do a different one where we watch the roller next time, June.
Alright. I made a room.
Yeah. We want that. Pow, 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 pow.
Okay, I don't walk very fast while it's charged.
Okay. But you can swim with it though, right?
Yeah, but I can swim with it fully charged.
Okay. I'm joining.
And this does 180 shots, points a hit. Jenna, you coming? The range is not that great, though.
Hmm. Maybe it's better just backline inking. Yeah, just had to feed the cast. Yeah, I hear that. The cast of cats, yeah. Oh man, you gotta make like a 90s like sitcom opening, but just for your cats. With like the pan zooms and everything.
Okay, yeah, the range is not as good on this one, but...
Compared to the pencil? Or like...
Yeah, the pencil is slightly further range.
Hmm.
Like the shot reaches further.
Right. But
Alright, let's give it a shot.
maybe it's more
Let's see
about
how this goes.
inking and like building up to the ult.
Yeah, maybe.
Super rare Shiver fan? I don't know about
I've
that.
absolutely gotten fucked by a GooTuber before, so we'll see.
Okay. Oh, there's a Squiffer. I don't think I want bridge here. I want... Gotcha, Teeks.
Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Ah! I got by the Rainmaker because I wasn't paying attention.
Mm-hmm. They have a shield set up? Yeah, they have a shield. I don't know.
Oh. Oh,
Ooh, that was
their
cold.
Squiffer got me.
Yeah. Hmm. Interesting. Moving. Got the blah blah bear. Yeah. Oh, Squiffer actually did get me. Okay.
Ah! Jesus Christ. I think I'm done training today. Not fun anymore.
Fair enough.
Ah!
Yeah, they tried
I'm
it.
just bad. Jesus.
It happens. No worries. Shake it off.
I'm not good at judging distance.
Hmm.
So this is hard.
Nope, I deserve that. That's fair. Oh, they're like in our base. Oh my god.
Yeah. I can't keep him out. I'm trying.
Nami's down. Quintero's also down.
I didn't even get one ult like anywhere near built. No, it's not your fault.
That one's kind of a mess.
Yeah, that one was bad all over. Like, I feel like I can't even start to try to do my best. Because it just ain't happening.
Eh,
The process ain't processing.
I hear that.
I'm going back to a regular gun.
For sure. Actually, we're on our last hour. You want to do like a salmon run?
Yeah, we could do a salmon run.
Just switch after
After this match?
Yeah, yeah. We'll switch after this one.
Jun says yes, salmon. Then I can get frustrated salmon run instead.
Oh my god. What is in salmon run right now? What are the weapon? Oh, time to go. Hold on.
Alright, here we go. We're schmovin'.
Oh, hi. I deserve that. That's justice. I'm getting my ult back.
We got a bamboozler!
Mm-hmm.
I can't believe I got killed by that.
Hmm.
I just pushed our fucking sniper out of the way.
Why am I stuck? Okay, there we go. Okay. Oh! There we go. I don't know why I didn't do a charge slash to Lulu. I should have done that, and that would have ended that fight. It's fine. We're winning. Gonna...
We're doing pretty well.
Mm-hmm. Backing up.
We're doing much better now. Holy shit.
The contesting center.
It's fine. It's fine. We got it.
Yeah, GG's.
That was so much better. Like, my guys, look. I just should not be a sniper. Only guns. Just let me shoot things.
I'm gonna buy this blue retro tee.
Good call. Thank you, John. GG to you too. Okay, stop out. Don't forget to stop out.
Yeah, yeah.
We're gonna go over to salmon run.
Mm-hmm.
Salmon run time. Time to run a salmon. Time to squish a fish. Steal their eggs.
Yep. Why can't I see? Whatever, it's fine. I'm gonna buy my shirt.
Do it.
And I did! I just ordered it!
Salmon run is currently spawning grounds with Dooley's roller, the Hydra Splatling, and that gun that looks like a marker.
Which dually?
The pink ones.
Oh, it doesn't take like 10 minutes. Okay. Oh, dapples. Okay. It does take like 10 to show up. Okay.
Yeah, he's got to source it first. Alrighty, I made a room.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, we can definitely rock with these. Apples are incredibly high movement and great for killing small fry. Plus, they have a dodge roll.
Yeah, this Hydra Splatling is incredibly slow movement, but also good.
I think it's our, like, long-range weapon in this case. I hope we get Mothership, because I want to try that strat again.
Staying on top of my ink intake is going to be important with this thing. And also, not getting near stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So it doesn't get a chance to fuck me. No!
You gotta beat your connection first,
Why can't you
Teeks.
communicate?
I'm making the room. I got it.
Okay. I will simply refresh.
Also, I don't remember who Satenza is. At all.
Hmm?
There's someone on my friends list named Satenza, and I've seen them play Splatoon sometimes, so I just can't remember who they are.
I mean, they're friend-shaped, so, you know.
I mean, that's good enough.
The
obviously.
servers are chugging.
Chugga, 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 chugga. I need a little less chugging, a little more choo-chooing, you know what I mean, June? Might have been someone you just added from Splatoon. Yeah, maybe so. You ready, Teeks?
Yeah, I'm ready. Oh, did I not press? I didn't push a button. I'm sorry. I'm stupid.
Oh my god, Teeks. You gotta kill like 4 Koazunas today, though.
4?
Yeah, 4. Come on.
Are we gonna get 4 in an hour?
I mean, not with that attitude.
Raglan's one rule? Yeah, press A. You're right, you're right, you're right. I keep forgetting about the one rule.
Let's go right. Such a good, like, video. I want to watch it again, but it's not available in the US anymore. Wait! Hordian! Hordian, I know you're in there. I need you to look up a video called Go Right. It's a bunch of video game stuff, and I need you to download it and then post it in the server. Please.
Oh my god.
I can't watch it in the United States anymore.
Okay, I'm here. Where are we looking?
Dolphin. Dolphin down.
Yeah, ideal, honestly. Let me be over here. I was just simply...
Fish stick incoming? I can't do it.
Uh-huh. We've got a dude. A Celial, even.
Where?
After me.
Oh, right.
It's okay, though. Jun got it.
Good shit, June.
I think I'm supposed to be the one getting the steelheads, but I simply cannot aim.
Gotta back up.
Come on.
Good shit.
Got it. I got it. I'm on my way.
Okay. I guess I'll work on missiles whenever I find them.
They're down here with Jun and I. I almost had them, but then I fucked up.
Oh, Jesus Christ. That stinger.
I'm working on it. I'm sorry.
It's called Go Right, Hordian.
I got it. Oh, it's just me right now?
Yep.
Oh, well, we're fucked. Sorry.
June, you know what to do. Thanks,
I'm
June.
supposed to swim in the ocean.
We just gotta cash in what we have. From downtown, Teagues. Ah.
Nope. I didn't have enough ink. I couldn't downtown it.
Rip.
I'm sorry.
It's fine. I mean, I got killed by the stinger, so. And I had my back turned to the stinger too, which was the worst.
Oh no, I'm sorry. I was trying to get there. Can't move fast enough with this thing. It's so heavy.
Hmm.
I want a cool fire hat though. Splatling only sucks if you don't have enough run speed up. But because these things, these slop suits don't do anything except look like slop suits.
They also protect you from the slop, Teagues.
They don't, or we wouldn't die.
I mean, they're not impervious, but like, okay.
Ooh, I got a Rocky weapon.
Oh, true. Oh my god, this range is insane. What are you talking about?
Yeah, the range is nuts. I didn't say it was that.
Yeah, you didn't. It's true.
Okay, that's our first one. What's our next one?
Missiles, this way. Missiles down.
Oh, a fish stick. Delicious. Got him.
Not yours.
Oh my god, get in the basket. Stop
Good stuff,
bouncing off
June.
the edges.
I'm not laying down a lot of suppressing fire. Give me a second. See you, Leo. Coming
There's
in
no-
from the beach.
There's a weather boy somewhere.
I see the weather boy.
Ah, I see him. There's another weather boy.
He's next to the basket.
We have hit quota.
Thank you, June. Fucking small fry. Thank you.
Good job. That worked out much better. Okay, next time.
Splatter Shot Pro. Okay.
I get my redemption arc with the Splatling.
Let's go, Teeks. Missiles at the beach.
Misses at the beach.
It's down. Great job.
Ah,
Missiles again at the beach.
ah.
Um,
Sniper on the other side.
Splatling on the pier. Fourth. Redo's got it.
Ah. I'm swimming.
There's a steelhead next to the beach. Shit.
Dolphin. By the pier.
Steelhead down. Not yours. That's quota. Okay, good wave 2. Let me
Nico?
see, let me see
You wanna
this
sit on
link.
my lap? You okay? You look like you had a good nap.
I gotta request access. I'll do that in a bit. Hordian, but maybe. I don't know, but I hope so. Okay, this is round 3, so if ults are open, just like, you know, go nuts if you need. There's an Italian? Get him out of here.
Where are the missiles?
Stinger at the beach.
Sniper on the beach. Nico, I love you so much, but now
Past
is
tense.
not the time, darling.
There's an Italian at the bucket. Italian been stunned.
What an unfortunate location for the Italian to be.
Mm-hmm. Another Italian, but I'm gonna get this. Stinger on the beach, I'm going. Watch out for the steelhead.
I got stung.
Yeah, I got blocked by a bunch of chum. I couldn't even get there. Thank you.
Ah!
Live.
Working on it.
Steelhead's down.
We just have to live.
Heading to the pier. Oh, June's got it. Good shit, June.
Been so good at this.
Easy peasy. Okay, let me try it again.
Nico says, he has cuddled. He looks like a little loaf of bread sitting in my lap now. Very good. What a very good cat.
Yes! Thank you, Hordian. This is the video I was looking for. I'm saving it to my videos forever.
Oh my god. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, Nico, I'm so sorry. Oh no, Nico, I'm sorry. Come back. I just wanted to adjust my headphone cord. No. Aw, he's abandoned me.
He'll
I
return,
made him
Keats.
uncomfortable.
You do need to be a gentleman or a lady to care for a cat.
I know. Normally, I adjust my headset cord before he sits down so he doesn't sit on it, so I can still, like, move around.
Mm-hmm.
But I could not because of Splatoon.
Yeah, I hear that.
Ooh, look at me, I'm a roller.
Look at me, I'm a roller. The roller is a really good shop this week.
Rolling around at the speed of sound.
Yeah.
I was so fast. Where are we going?
Pier.
Where are we dropping?
There's an Italian at the pier. I'm about to die. Yep, I died because I pushed up too close. That's on me. Teeks get out alive. Oh, Jesus. No. These are my friends. You don't get to touch them.
Hi.
Good stuff from the CLL.
A second steel eel. Ah! I got run over that time.
Aw.
I forgot how rollers worked.
I hear that. There's a Moz down here, care?
I don't care about moss.
Big shot on the pier.
Big shot on the pier.
Down.
Oh, that's no good. The nice thing is, though, that's the only place a big shot will show up now.
Oh, yeah. Steel eel. Coming from... That's not the pier. I don't know what to call that right now. But steel is down. Where is he? On the beach?
On the beach. No, on the pier. On the other side.
Yeah, I need a name for that. Fuck! Fuck! You just... Whatever, it's fine.
Where are you?
Next to the basket.
Oh, I'll come get you. We're coming.
Thank you.
Jun's really on top of the bomb tech.
Carbon roller. Okay.
Dually time. Oh, it's high tide.
High tide.
I have a crab, by the way.
Noted. I have wave breaker, so I might use one this turn. Stelio coming out the I guess the grates is what I'm gonna call those.
Sounds good.
Turn around.
Also an Italian. Ooh, hello. Oh, Stelio wants my ass.
Stelio's done.
There is also a Moz here. Jeez.
Moz is down.
Popular. It wants to eat me.
I didn't hear that. Good stuff, June. Ah! There we go. I'm not doing a lot here. Need someone for the fish stick, Teeks?
Sorry, I'm trying. Hang on. What? Where? Ah, I'm in the water. Sorry.
It's okay, we'll pick you up.
Where's the fish stick? Oh, there it is. I got it.
Oh, I didn't get it in time. Use this way when you see the boss. True, you're right.
Radex! Radex!
He didn't know we were all dead. Or they didn't know we were all dead. I don't know.
I was trying to go towards him.
Oof. I mean, if June says the fort sucks, the fort sucks.
Yeah.
Ayo, 183? Come on.
They don't know. It's not their fault.
I was doing good on Splat.
Splat, like,
Yeah. Yeah, I hear that.
big mood. Ah, that was fast.
Yeah, we're only gonna have time, I think, for one Kozuna, I think.
Mm-hmm.
I should have used a
If we
wave
get
breaker
there.
earlier. God damn it.
Oh, Radex is back.
Yeah.
Redemption arc.
Let's see.
In a better color.
I want to believe. I got the splatling.
I got the gun.
Nothing
Not
on
the
crates.
pier.
Beach?
Nothing on beach. Lower.
Oh, it's on the other side of grates? That's shitty. Popped.
What are we looking at? Where? Pier. Missiles.
Noted. I'm just gonna hang back.
Oh, we got him.
Good work. Crushed him under the thing?
Yeah, crushed him under the thing.
Hell yeah.
It was bespoke.
Let's get it. Moz. Center stage.
Moss.
Dead.
Nice. Somebody's on that fish stick, so
Fish
that's
stick's
good.
done.
Now what are we looking at? Oh, missiles on the beach.
Noted.
Oh, I missed. I missed twice. I fired and I missed and I fired and I missed again. I missed both times. Ah!
Steelil's done.
Thank you.
So's the Moz.
We did good.
Mm-hmm. One big boy. Okay.
Adequate job so far.
Okay, now.
Roller time. Oh
Yep.
no, it's high tide. Uh-oh.
I have ink. I have the, the Patriot missile, whatever it's called.
Yeah.
Ink
The
strike.
Patriot missile? I like the Patriot missile. I think that's a better name.
Okay, I'll help that.
Hey, if someone wants to...
It's done. Dolphin. Teaks.
Hit that ink thing right back at it. Yeah, there we go.
Fuck. June? Good stuff.
June is so good at this. Oh, hello, missiles.
Where?
Hello, sniper. Both on the other side
Sniper's
of the
down.
basket.
Ah! Oh, I wasted an ult. I shouldn't have done it. Damn it.
I also wasted an ult if it makes you feel any better. Just live, we have quota.
Trying. Got it.
Oh. I got munched.
June, there's so much stuff I'm trying to shoot through to get to you. I'm losing my mind.
Big, I want a munch squad.
Okay. I have dapples. Okay, finally. I can do this.
Hydra splatling. Oh, it's dark.
Come
it's
on.
Dark, it's dark, it's dark, it's dark.
Glowflies. Where's the safe
Shit.
spot? Anyone remember?
It's here.
Ah, June. Okay, there we go. Jesus. We need these in there. Fuck, I'm gonna die. 4 more. 4 more.
That was actually ideal for glowflies.
True.
Oh, not anymore. Jesus. It's just you, Rocky.
I'm letting him come up. Radix is up. You're up. I traded for it.
I got absolutely massacred, though. I cannot move with this thing.
That's fair. Okay. GG's. G fucking G's. God damn it.
Nice.
Radfex still sucks.
But, like, their first time using a lot of those weapons, though.
Yeah, maybe so.
We got 62 golden eggs. That's good.
Yeah. Yep.
Yikes. Phew.
Blowflies are difficult.
They are.
I got a new badge. Cool, thank you. Is it for killing all those steel eels? I deserve it. Steel eels. God damn it.
Jesus Christ.
I think I died the most on glowflies. Oof. I think.
No, I died the most on glowflies. Oh, you mean the most like of all the levels? Maybe, but like I died the most. I could not stay up. Where we going? What we doing? Is it low tide?
Dapples, dapples, dapples. Let's go.
No, it's high tide. Fuck.
Let's go. Whatever. I got ink strike. I'm not gonna waste one again. I got this one.
same fucking thing I had before. Okay, where are we going? Where am I aiming? Got him.
He's
Hello?
dead.
Fish stick!
I got the fish stick.
I can't escape. We cannot escape.
Stay there, Teeks. Missiles. Damn, just shallow?
Oh my god, I also got shallow.
Oh, is there... Damn it! That's so upsetting.
Dolphin.
I died for that.
More missiles. Ah! Just me. Okay.
You're good, Teeks. June's up. Get out of here. Oh, hi, Celio. Oh my god, just one more. Just
We
one
need
more.
One more egg.
Ah.
No, I fell in the water.
Our fourth fucking son.
I could not move. Like worse than Radfeck.
He's Radix, but it's fine.
God.
He added enough to his name because he fucking sucks. Oh my god.
Jesus God.
Ugh.
Rel died the whole time.
Yeah, no, I hate that. Lost your title? Nah, we gotta get his title back. That's bullshit.
What was your title? What was your title?
Were you at VIP again?
How many VIPs are you?
I was professional +1. Okay, for sure. We'll get your +1 back, dog.
Mm.
I will make time specifically to get you back to professional +1 over the weekend. Over the week? Whatever. Whenever you're free, June.
I'll come too. I'll kind of help. I'll be there for moral support.
High tide glowflies.
Remember to utilize your bombs.
Why is Rel dead?
Oh, I fell in the water. That's my bad.
Oh, same. I just kind of booped. Got knocked in the water. That's both of my ults.
Sorry.
It's okay. That's enough to get quota, so just survive.
Right.
Jesus. Teeks? Thank you.
Yeah, I'm coming. Nope. Dang.
I could have thrown a bomb up there. I don't know why I didn't think fast enough.
Let's dodge Rel.
Yeah, let's dodge Rel. We can do that.
We can simply dodge.
Also,
Like the cut. Rude.
I don't know if we can dodge glowflies, but we can try. I pressed leave.
I also press leave.
Oh my god. It just does so much damage.
It does.
Like scary amounts.
Okay.
It only
That
takes
should be enough.
it only takes half a charge to kill a big one. Jesus.
I wonder how an umbrella would work in glowflies. Like, could you just stand there with the umbrella open?
I think you could, but you'd get pushed eventually. If we win this, we get the big guy. Yeah, true.
Well, we'll simply win.
I'm down. Yeah, roller can do the same thing.
I can't do things, but it can go fast. And it can be strong.
Huh.
Artemis, okay.
Artemis?
I'm hopeful.
Ooh, carbon roller. Let's go.
Low tide.
Low tide, low tide.
Ooh. Oh, hell yeah.
On the right. I got pushed into the water. I'm bad. I'm sorry.
I got you, Rocky.
Thanks, Teeks. I got midpoint then. Or
Hey,
no.
let's do... We gotta relay these babies.
Right. Oh, Artemis is our fourth. That's who that is.
Yeah. We need like one person at the basket, 2 people mid, and 1 person at the egg drop.
Teeks,
Oh my god.
You shouldn't be the person that's here.
I shouldn't know, but here I am. Okay, you do that. I'm going to this one.
Word.
See, that's where I should be.
Well, I think you should actually be the longest range, but that works too. Ah! Hi! Never mind. You have a point, Teeks. I get what you're saying. I'm carrying this one in.
Good luck.
Hey!
Nice. That was good.
That was good.
Good job.
Egg indeed, Hordian. This is how we stop it. This is how we win the egg prizes. Dapples.
Gun.
Mid-tide, right?
Mm-hmm.
Mid-tide, okay. Beach is clear?
Not the pier. Gotta be... Aha! It is.
Missiles at the grates.
Missiles at the grates.
Missiles
Hell yeah!
down.
Perfect! That was ideal.
Mm-hmm. Another missiles? Missiles at the beach. Oh man, look at this googly eye monster. Artemis may not be good at their job.
Yeah, I almost got them balls. Oh, John! No, I got squished. Shit. Sorry, John.
Why are there... I'm dealing with these. Jesus Christ. Got it. I'm going after that one.
Yeah, you getting that sniper?
Yep. There's a... What's it called? Cone guy at the center stage. Sniper's down.
A cone guy?
Not a cone guy. Fuck. The ink cloud guy. Yo! No! We timed out.
We are fucking trying. Everything was at the basket. That was a nightmare.
Jesus. Alright.
We can get enough egg. We can do it. got fucking 26 golden eggs in the basket?
Well, it's because they were the last person doing a thing. So, like, they got the benefit of all of our work. It's going to show up on his performance review, and Grizz is going to give him the promotion that we all deserve, but whatever, it's fine.
Jun deserves it the most.
Yeah, Jun needs to actually be recognized for his work.
The only contributions I need to be recognized is panicking.
Jun says it's fine. I'll work my way up. Oh my god. Well, we got your back, Jun. Okay. Blue outfit though, so they're probably pretty good. But gross name and all, you know.
Well, they booyah'd, so it can't be all bad. All right.
Pierce clear.
Fish stick at the beach.
Noted.
Everybody else got it. I'm not worried about it. I will simply perform cleanup. Now, what are we looking at?
There's a
Rain boy, a weatherman, even.
dead.
Yeah, we gotta remember to knock that shit out of the air
I did.
so that no rainmaker goes off.
Dolphin. Dolphins down.
Oh, yeah, big guy.
Wait, which big guy?
There was a big guy.
Do we have a cannon?
The steelhead.
Oh, I was about
But
to
it's
say.
gone.
I mean, you didn't say big shot, so I wasn't sure, but I was like, you mean a big shot?
Slammed by a lid.
Fish stick coming in this center.
Dolphin at the beach.
Nice. I have crab, by the way.
I didn't do very much at all.
Mm.
I was there. I'm gonna get promoted because I was there. Oh, I have the Patriot missiles now. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Come on, mothership. Mudmouth.
Mudmouths.
Okay, that's fine. Golden Mudmouth. End of the grates. I got the big guys. Come on, don't make... I'm gonna ult for it. Fuck it. Let's get the bombs in there.
I can't aim around these big guys to save my soul. There we go. Alright, we got him, finally.
Let's quota.
I am once again just here.
Oh my god, a chump snuck up behind me and killed me.
Good job!
And we made it. I should have pulled the crab earlier on that golden one.
That's okay.
Dapples.
Oh no, Hydra Splatling. Our fourth is competent.
They are competent.
When you go through a bunch of seasonal employees and finally find the one you like.
Steelhead on the beach.
Two steelheads on the beach.
Bolt down.
I'm up here. Yeah, throw me the eggs.
Not yours. Ma's down.
Egg. There's another one up here. Oh, I got eaten. I got munched.
You got munched, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Missiles on the beach. God damn it.
I got one.
Good shot.
I got smacked. I'm so bad with this weapon.
Missiles down. Italian stunned. He's out of here, Teeks. Oh, there's a stinger on the pier.
On the pier?
Behind missiles. I'm going for the stinger. You guys get the missiles, please.
Alright, I'm trying. It's
Stinger
targeting
down.
me. Ah! There's a steel eel coming up.
Oh, yeah. Oh, the dodge rolls are so godlike. Let's go.
Oh god.
I made
was
it.
just fucked that until I spent more of that round down than I did up.
Oh my god. Well, Teeks, are you ready? Because we're going to fight Kohazuna.
No, I'm not ready.
Oh no.
I'm not ready. Alright, where is he? I have a roller? No, 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 no. Are you kidding me?
He's down at the. He's at the bottom of the grates. I got sandwiched. I'm going back up to the basket. Thank you. I got the fish stick.
I pulled him away from the egg, or the baskets for a little bit.
I got our fourth up.
No! Sniper, stop it! Sniper, no sniping!
Where is it?
I don't know.
I see it. It's at the grates.
The grates, yeah.
Tiggs, you get the sniper. I got this fish stick.
Alright. We're like halfway down, but we only have 20 seconds left.
Yeah.
Rocky, you're down?
Yep. So is Sloppy.
Sloppy also down? Where
Yeah.
are you?
Thank you.
We're not gonna get it.
No.
Damn it.
We left June alone too long. Sorry, June.
I'm sorry, John. June, I'm sorry. Many worries.
Pika just needed more eggs. Yeah, true. Yeah, that was me that time.
I couldn't kill anything.
Yeah,
I'm going again.
Yeah, let's go again.
We got time for one more.
And then Among Us.
Well, and then dinner, and then Among Us.
Oh, true. Wait, isn't he going on? Oh, is he going on at 5 EST?
At 5, yep.
Oh, I'm dumb. My bad.
We got time for dinner.
Yeah, true.
Ooh, the LG TV is coming. I am no good with this weapon.
Look at it. Is this Goldie? No. Okay.
Here, Moz.
Got it. Beach is clear?
Fish stick in the center.
Got it.
Steel eel at the beach.
Got it. Also stinger. I'm going for the stinger.
Also stinger at the beach, yeah.
Well, there we go. Got the Steelo first. Like, I was gonna get it, but like the Steelo started chasing me.
Yeah.
Maz.
Italian. I'm dead.
Avenged.
I just can't walk with this thing.
Missiles at the Grates?
Grates.
Okay, going. Oh my god, it fell out. Oh, it's someone else got it. That's fine.
One of the fish was just like frozen and just sliding along the ground, just like ah. Alright, I got some dapples.
Let's go. Okay. Steelhead at the pier.
I see.
There's also a Inkcloud guy at the pier. But he's dead.
Somebody understood the assignment. Alright, where? Whoop.
Got rid of it.
Good. Good, good, good. I got it. Oh, we got a big shot.
Noted. Big shot down.
Nice.
I'm going for...
Sniper at the pier. I'm on my way.
Okay. Got it. Hey! Those aren't yours.
There's a Moz who would like a snack. Moz wants to eat me. Moz said, you know what sounds delicious? Tegan. Seems to be high in sugar.
Oh my god. Got it. Easy peasy.
Nice.
Great
Good
first.
job.
Great. Oh, second round. All right. Oh man, I got 2 bombs.
I have two Akira slides.
Yeah.
Time to Akira slide.
LGTV is good. He got the June seal of approval.
Hell yeah. It's gonna be high tide. I'm gonna get to high tide Akira slide?
Let's go,
Hell
Teagues.
yeah. Just like my name.
Second stinger on the right.
Oh, I'm out of ink.
Oh, dolphin.
Fish stick.
I gotta deal with these small fries first, and I'll turn.
Oh, steel eel, 2 of them.
Helo's down, but I got pushed off for it. Oh no! Okay.
I lost one too.
I'm going back to center. I'm trying to get this.
Good job. That was great.
Not yours.
We're doing amazing, Sweaty.
Mm-hmm. Got it.
Nice. Good
GG's.
job. Nice. If only we had LGTV for Koizuna, honestly.
Yeah, right? That was great. Truly enjoyable video game experience. Thanks, man. I've been practicing a little bit. Okay, so everyone, this has been the Impossible Coin Splatoon Saturday stream. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. We're going to be hanging out with Farmer Gata later to play some Among Us in a couple hours, but, you know, in the meantime, take care of yourselves. Do big things. Make good choices.
Oh, nope, that's not right.
Oh yeah, they were playing no game, but they will be playing.
That one. There we go. They were playing Just Chatting because they last did a TTRPG stream.
Shout out Farmer. Oh, okay, Rip Farmer.
Farmer Gata. Yeah, Rip Farmer, but also Farmer Gata instead.
All right. Well, see y'all. Bye, all.
Yeah. See you in a few hours.